Hello and welcome to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends Seasonal Smackdown presented by Wisdom. I'm Casanova, joined by TheBlevins. We're about to kick off, the seasonal week. We got our top 32 were figured out yesterday. I'm sure they'll be announced soon enough once, confirmations and all that come through. But at least we see some people tweeting that they made it in, and we've got some players who have played in previous seasonals that are going to be competing today. Blev, how you feeling? You excited for today? I mean, seasonal Smackdown season.
It's seasonal Smackdown, and notably, I mean, we've already been going through changes. We're on the new channel, which make sure you're at GiantSlayerTV, not GiantSlayer LoR. Right now, you can hop over when whenever, because that's what we're going to be interacting with. But I'm also excited because we've got the new format, and if you notice, we usually don't do Fight Night right now, right? We would take this week off, but we're doing it now. We're here. We're going all the way through, which means we've got some interesting things that we've never had happen, Casa, where we have players who are actually in the upcoming seasonal that are playing today with these in the same format. Now, are they going to bring the same decks to the seasonal? I don't know. They're not locked into their Fight Night lineup is not locking them into the seasonal.
Yeah. Well, speaking of that new format you were talking about, Blev, why don't you go ahead and break it down for us and tell the people at home what we're doing here today?
Absolutely. This is, I
still
think,
the wrong one.
Still the old format, but we're here with the new format. Ignore this bracket. Ignore this, but no, we are still playing for the $200 prize pool, but this is going to be Riot Lock, 3 decks. Ban 1, then playing the best of 3. The same stuff that it's exactly the same as the seasonal. Okay, you know what it is. I don't need to go over it. You know it. But what you might not know is the players that are playing Casa, and we've got them right here.
Yeah, we got 4LW going up against Maddie24 Mayo. We got Mcanthor against What Am I? Mr. Emotional versus Yang, and Ikato versus Prodigy. And Blev, we're going to kick it off with Mcanthor versus What Am I? And What Am I, of course, is one of those players that will be competing in the seasonal later this week. One of 3 players to have made it to 6 top cuts, and still the only one of that group to not have a seasonal victory, so he's going to be looking for that this weekend. Yeah.
It is definitely, What Am I? Certainly a storied player, but playing against Mcanthor. Made, I believe, the previous seasonal top 32. Looks like top 4 even. And certainly, we see players, people will, be blips in the, they'll have a blip, they'll have a good seasonal here, they'll make top 32, and then they sort of hang on to that, and we never hear from them again. Mcanthor here, top 4ing, a very strong performance, but playing against, one of the best in the world right now. In What Am I? Like you said, in rarefied air, one of the only folks to have made 6 seasonal top cuts, which is just insane to think of, Casa. Like, what? I can't even imagine doing that.
Yeah, I mean, it's the crazy thing for What Am I, right, is you'll see that seasonal finish is top 8. He's made it to 6, but never made it past the top 8, and that's the thing where people call into question What Am I when it comes to comparing him to the other 2, what I would call pillars of America's Runeterra in Majin Bay and Black Boss, who have both also made it to 6 top cuts and both have picked up seasonal wins. But What Am I also has a top for Worlds performance to his name that maybe the other 2 don't actually have, and What Am I has continued to perform across so many other tournaments as well. And so I think it's really big to look at that whole picture where all of these players are so incredibly good, especially those 3 pillars. And let's go ahead and take a look at what Am I is bringing. You talked about how it could be a preview of the weekend. I when you said that earlier, I said no, he will definitely not be playing this weekend, but at least we see what he's playing today. There's some bandletree to kick things off, running Kennen in this version. So, no Ari Kennen, which I would anticipate What Am I is certainly going to bring Ari Kennen come Saturday.
Yeah, you can probably think so. I mean, this is Kennen Poppy. This is interesting because this is a new dynamic that we've never seen before for Fight Night, where this really is in a lot of ways, a pre-seasonal tournament, right? We obviously just played, we just had the open rounds over the weekend. Now we've got seasonal Smackdown, which obviously much lower stakes than the seasonal. So there's a couple of ways you can take this. Do you want to maybe try a deck, a single deck, test it out, see where it lands, you know, against a good field? Do you want to maybe try up some different matchups? This Thralls deck here, certainly a deck that is in the meta and serves a spot in lineups, but is it one that maybe What Am I just wants to see what is it like to play this deck so he can figure out the weaknesses when he's playing against it? Or is it possible that What Am I just wants to troll us all and bring 3 decks that he's never even going to consider?
I'm pretty sure he just wanted to play Grumble Slug is why he brought that Ken and Poppy deck. Other than that, maybe like he lost a bet with Cameron Hanzo and now he has to play Thralls. Yeah, I'm not really sure exactly why he's bringing these. I mean, all the decks are fine. It's not like he brought anything that's like a bad deck, right? Like we've got Iceborne Legacy Poros, which was, people were considering it like to be broken on the Iceborne Legacy change. Obviously that is quickly changed around, right? Where it's pretty much no longer sees any tournament play. I say that, but there was, you know, someone who had made, I think they were, they ended up going 6-3, but we saw them in the middle of the day yesterday of the open rounds that was playing a Dairy Iceborne Poros list. So
yeah,
it's like it's still a good deck, but it's probably a tier 2 something. It is kind of crazy to see this lineup from What Am I though, because it's really unexpected and it's a lot of fun to see a very different look than what we would expect to see normally. But let's go ahead and take a look at what Mcanthor brought as well on the opposite side of this. It's going to be Darkness, which, you know, in chat we see people saying What Am I expect a lot of darkness and wants to beat it. So here we go. There's darkness right there.
Guessed correctly. There is in fact a decent amount of darkness in the field, if I recall correctly. Let's see, 1, 2. Okay, maybe only 2. Maybe only 2 players. But he did. But hey, he ended up matching against one in the first round. So if that is the case, that's a good look for him. I will say, I mean, Tree is very, very hard for darkness to beat, that's for sure. Poros, I think Poros is one of those decks that can just ignore what the other deck is a lot of the time, but I think in general this deck has a decent amount of answers to the non-nut draws of Poros. Like the box is actually quite good and a lot of the pings are too. And then here's Scouts as well, a deck that you know, I think this is a more standard lineup out of Mcanthor. I think this is one that we've seen a decent amount over the weekend. You know, with bringing Ari Kennen, a flavor of some sort, you know, go hard or otherwise, and then 2 decks that are, I think, at least decent into Ari Kennen as well. This is a pretty standard lineup for Mcanthor.
Yeah, relatively standard, relatively what we saw over the course of the open rounds as well. Just kind of seeing Ari Kennen, Darkness, maybe another good deck. These are relatively standard. Just the What Am I lineup is a lot more surprising. Maybe it is just a test. Maybe it actually is something he thinks can be good and he wants to kind of get a dry run of it and be like, hey, maybe this is something that you need to be worried about if you're thinking about bringing darkness. And then he pivots to something that didn't want to see darkness. So it's got some levels to it for sure. And I'm sure What Am I would never just bring a lineup strictly for fun and just waste his own time, because What Am I is a very deliberate player. So let's take a look at this hand so far. We got Bandletree, Bomber Twins, and House Spider right out the gate, so gonna be able to get quite a few ticks onto the Bandletree right away. Minefield, one of the nicer ones to pick up off of Bomber Twins.
Yeah, I think, you know, What Am I, there's a lot of different ways that you can come into this tournament if you're in a position like What Am I or 4LW in this event, where you do have, you know, the big show coming up this weekend. You can test out your lineup. You can test out, you know, a different lineup that you're maybe on the fence about. Potentially what I'm, you know, maybe thinking What Am I did. I think it's pretty likely that he's just playing it, brought a lineup for this specific tournament, and that's it. There's no ulterior motives to it, and that's fine. But if I want to get a little more spicy with it, it's possible that What Am I is bringing a bunch of decks that he potentially doesn't have a ton of experience playing against, or maybe doesn't know doesn't fully know the matchup for. So, you know, a good way to learn how to play against the deck is to actually play with it, so that you know, what's good into it, what makes you scared as the you know, the Bandle tree player, what really is upsetting to you for your opponent to do, and What Am I can gain a lot from that.
Yep. Gonna set up a pokey stick onto the droplet. Did hold back any development to potentially set up a double pokey stick. It is possible we'll see that if there is a recall in response on this dancing droplet, trying to stop that draw early in its tracks before you develop into the wider boards for the attacks. And it's going to be a twin disciplines instead to defend. So, of course, that is just going to be, all right, I'll pokey stick, I'll draw my card, you draw your card, you use the twin disciplines. Goes an even trade, but you do take a damage on What Am I's side. And instead, he gets to develop a house spider still. That does turn on Buster Shot and does mean that is 3 ticks towards the metal tree already.
Yeah, and there's sorry, there's a 4. No, it's 4 ticks, right? It's Noxus, Shadow Isles, Shurima, and Bandle.
Right. Not counting
Bandle's
Bandle.
kind of the given one.
Yeah, I always forget Bandle.
Yeah, we got the 5th here with a Loping Telescope. We of course have our esteemed Mare coming down, which can get us another. Demacia,
yeah, I mean, Demacia is an option. It's an expensive one. You could just go for the looping telescopes, right?
Yeah.
Just start jamming those down. It's normally a pretty good get, but I think there's going to be consideration to the Ranger to just ensure you have Demacia, but yeah, it's very hard to pass up a telescope when you're offered it.
Ooh.
Rite of Negation is an interesting
Rite of Negation.
pick.
Yeah, I guess it allows... I feel like the Rite of Negation really allows What Am I to explore the aggressive route, and there's a Poppy.
There's Demacia, right? So
yeah, there's Demacia, and you know, I don't care about the tree win con, or the tree win con will happen naturally on its own. I'm not going to try for it. I'm just going to try to beat down my opponent. A lot of times that can be thwarted by something like a Homecoming. And now with the Rite of Negation, I mean, Mcanthor's not going to be playing around Rite of Negation, right?
No. I mean, just putting Deny in a deck that can't have Deny is always like a very strong ability, because your opponent is never going to expect it, never going to play around it, never going to be able to play around that unless you're really thinking about every epic card in the game, and you're like, well, I guess it could be Rite of Negation. I mean, we've barely ever seen that. We saw What Am I do it, or not What Am I? Sorry, Majin Bay do it to a Judgment once. In a tournament, but it's also like you can only do that when you can afford to play around every potential outcome, and you're also thinking about every potential outcome, and neither of those circumstances are normal in games of Runeterra. It's not, you're not going to be in a position where you can play around literally every outcome or be thinking about them. So the fact that we have seen one outlier of this exact kind of situation with a Judgment instead of a Rite does not really mean we can expect players to do it regularly.
No, there's the Judgment at least somewhat makes sense, where it's like, okay, if they hit the 1 in whatever chance and they got Judgment, I could lose to this, and also I can play around it. So that's kind of like a broad strokes. This is like, okay, well, if they hit the 1 in whatever chance and got a counter spell off of it, and it would literally have to be Rite of Negation, which, to be completely honest, if you asked me what rarity Rite of Negation was, I don't think I would have guessed Epic first. Of course, now I will, because I'll remember this exact scenario.
It's
but
another I mean, it's another skill and knowledge check in the game that Loping introduced and has continued to push. Weirdly, too, is just knowing what epics are. It was something that Eminent Benefactor had been doing for the entirety of Runeterra. It was in the original base set. But it literally was never played. So it was never a skill test that was needed until a card was printed that was actually legitimately super strong in Loping Telescope. And now you run into just very fringe situations where these epics come into play, and big hits on it are things like Rite of Negation and Judgment, because they are potentially game-winning cards that you are generating for free that you can't normally find in the regions you're playing.
Yeah, it is very. I mean, Loping Telescope. It's a pretty good card. It's sort of proven its value over time, and this is kind of doing. What Am I is kind of doing exactly what the tree deck wants to do. It's presenting the fork, right, technically presenting a lethal attack. If Mcanthor, you know, had no units out, this open attack would be lethal. Of course, that's not going to be the case, but all the while, tree up to 6 of 10, and what am I at a relatively healthy life total?
Yeah, What Am I is in a great position, has the mini morph to defend against like a buffed Ahri going for lethal, has the Rite of Negation to defend against, you know, any other shenanigans in that kind of situation. Can even present threat with Buster Shot as another option, but has the opportunity to just jam the Bandle Tree potentially here, still keep up enough mana to play around essentially anything Mcanthor wants to do. So I don't hate the play. But it's also not entirely necessary to jam Bandle Tree just yet. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else that feels good to do here. You don't really need to burn your 6 mana. Passing back isn't actually going to gain you much because Mcanthor is fine to just take that end turn and be happy with it. Whereas for What Am I, some of your resources are played at slow speed, like the Buster Shot, and there's not really much reason to just wait on all this mana.
Yeah, I think there was a consideration here for What Am I, and this is really, I think, potentially the second Ahri is potentially the only punish here. The consideration is to open with Pokey Stick and then follow up with Buster Shot, because obviously the Buster Shot, I think what Am I was thinking is, oh, if they have a Notify, I want the card that doesn't draw me a card to get notified, right?
Yeah.
But now Pokey Stick can't kill a full health Ahri, so that's a little bit of a potentially a problem here for What Am I.
Yeah, I was just picking the cards to play around, right? Because if he's playing around to Twin Disciplines, then you Pokey Stick first. But if you're playing around the Notify, then you Buster Shot first. And he had already seen 1 Twin Disciplines earlier, so decides to go for that way. And of course, it was neither, right? It was just an additional Ahri that ended up being played. But I think, you know, with that in mind, sure, maybe you can argue that, oh, he should have played around additional Ahri and Twin Disciplines instead of just the Notifies. And yeah, sure, you can say that. But that is at least the thought process that I'm seeing from Jordan here is I want to play around the Notifies, not the Twin Disciplines. And, well, out came another Ahri.
Yeah, I don't even think that it's necessarily incorrect. The choice that he made is just a punish for the play that ended up getting made. Yeah.
And now, I mean, there's a recall on this cannon to prevent the stun. You can rejam the cannon, try and get more ticks, more marks of the storm. You can throw at the Poppy. Ahri's very close to leveling up. In fact, she may level up on this swing in the middle of it here. Yep. Thank you. What am I? But yeah, there it is, 5-6.
Now, attacking with the cannon here is great because attacking in this order makes a lot of sense, because if Mcanthor had the droplet and the cannon switched, What Am I? I know. That would work. Yeah. What Am I could have Pokey Sticked the droplet and blocked and killed the Ahri with a 3/3 here with the Rite of Negation backup. And that would have actually been good. Of course, it can just use a good old fashioned mini morph as well, and that works too.
It's an interesting visual bug.
Yeah. The silenced, elusive, but not actually elusive mini T.
It even has Ahri's aura on it showing. I've not seen that bug. I've not seen that one.
No, I haven't seen it either. Luckily, it's just a visual bug. Would have been pretty...
Well, I mean, the eye is saying it is, but... Wait for it.
Wait. No.
Not the mini T. Not the RET. Yeah, no.
Okay.
Yeah. No,
well, it didn't have quick attack, so it possibly did still have the Ahri aura on it. If Mcanthor could have given the mini T quick attack, maybe it would have bounced everything up. I wish, and this would be for this would be of literal 0 value, and would be way more work than the 0 it's worth. But I really wish that like there was a different mini T skin for every champion in the game. So like if you mini T to Draven, it would be like a little,
Have a mustache.
You know, yeah, it'd have like a little mustache, or like Braum, and all like for every champion. If you could just get on that lore team, that would be
yeah.
That's my birthday wish this year. Just putting it out there.
Really, it just should be no trouble. I don't see why they don't just do that.
Yeah, honestly,
you know?
kind of cringe that it's not already there. But anyway, what am I mean, we talked about the tree being at 6 out of 10 a few turns ago. It is still at 6 out of 10. Mcanthor is down to 5, but what am I has 0 board right now.
Yo, is that a swap bot? All right.
All right, chat. How many people know what defective swap bot does? I sure don't.
All right, but we do get a potential Trevor snooze bottom angle.
Ooh.
Pretty solid pickup. He does need Ionia, so I think he will take the snooze bottom actually. I don't know how happy he is with that pickup, but at least it's gonna be keeping him alive. And well, he's got a block. Actually, no, he's just dead.
Super
twin.
dead.
Yeah.
Super dead, unfortunately, for what am I?
So it seems like I mean, he jammed tree last turn. It does feel like he needed to get that down, but he didn't get enough blockers down to actually deal with this board whatsoever. Ends up in a situation here where now he's just dead to it, Twin Disciplines. And Mcanthor, I can't imagine you don't just put the lethal present forward when you've got a deny backup on top of it.
Yeah. The funny thing is that mini morph would still would net Mcanthor doing more damage than just hitting okay there.
Yeah.
So like yeah. Love to see it if you're a Mcanthor fan. You hate to see it if you are a What Am I fan. But that's just game number 1. We've still got some more action as we continue here. I'm wondering which deck ends up getting banned. Of course, we'll
we saw it.
see.
So Thralls was still there for What Am I? So Poros was banned. And
Poros got banned. Okay.
My brain forgot what was on this side, but I believe Scouts is probably the ban.
That makes sense.
I think you want to beat Darkness with this lineup. So I expect Darkness.
Yeah. So that actually makes a lot of sense then. So I think this is probably a 2-0 Darkness lineup from What Am I? So this is actually probably just going according to plan, right? You're not
losing to AK is relatively expected, right? Like
it's got to be, right? At least a coin flip, right? Every time, like, which I mean, I think it was, it was a tails for What Am I, but it was not like, both sides weren't tails. I think it was a pretty close. Like it was kind of went back and forth a little bit, but it ended up on tails for What Am I there.
Yep. Gets to start out with Noxus and Shadow Isles for Bandle Tree. I mean, a very good hand for turboing to Tree. Right, we've got Ionia, we've got PNZ, we got Noxus Shadow Isles, we got Targon. Of course, we got Bandle City Blevel. I'll make sure not to forget that one anymore.
There's the Grumble Slug.
There we go. So Bilgewater. All right. I mean, you just got to find the tree, right? Because this is
another
very quick. Ooh, could set up the minion OTK.
Could set up the OTK with minion. I don't know that What Am I is going to go for it, though. Yeah. What Am I is not as flashy of a player. not flashy enough of a player to go for the OTK on cam.
Yeah, could just go for another Grumble Slug. I mean, really, any chance you get to play Grumble Slugs, you probably should, but do end up going Shark Trainer.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically free with Attune. Ooh, even Mo in chat saying never gone for the OTK.
No, he said he's never not gone.
Oh, never not gone. Okay, always that makes more sense. Yeah. I was a little surprised when I read that, but okay, that makes a lot more sense.
You see the minion offered in Bandle Tree. You know that it is one of the few decks that can set up the minion OTK. You always got to take it. I mean, you got to go for the saddle points.
It's true. All right, our definitely elected and didn't just show up and start ruling mayor has been taken out. What am I just, not even going for the mark value, just not even worth putting the mark onto the Spiderling. wasn't worth the effort in real life of doing it.
And can go Grumble Slug plus Telescope on this turn. It does still keep Pokestick available, which could lead to a decent beatdown plan of pushing 7 if you just want to deal with the spider, depending on what Mcanthor ends up jamming. Nothing for now. Probably wanting to wait. I'm curious if we even just see a pass from What Am I? I mean, yeah. He's already gotten part of his game plan. He's like, well, I don't need to let you play the game. I burn, what, 1 mana? You burn 1 mana. That's fine. I've developed the board.
Yeah, I love the pass from What Am I? And honestly, the pass from Mcanthor, I think, is just a, you know, there was not really much better of an option. You do want Vigar, hitting a sun is big. You do want Vigar developed as soon as possible for Mcanthor, but you also want spell mana banked. So I think there's like maybe a 15% chance that What Am I doesn't take the pass, but you're not that much worse off waiting a turn on the Vigar if you're Mcanthor. And if you can get that 15% equity, you know, 15% of the time, like, you take it.
Well, we found the Bandle tree. We're already 6 of 10. Shurima in hand, Demacia in hand, Targon in hand.
Yeah, this is not great for Mcanthor. There's really not a good way to interact in any way with the Bandle tree, and just the straight up tree clock is going to probably be faster than what Darkness is able to put out, not to mention all the cards that are already in What Am I's hand.
The minion pops up again, but you can just go Charger. It's a cheaper unit that you can continue to just try and put pressure on, but really this is just looking like it's going to be a tree win. It's just basically mana at this point, like just getting enough mana to play down your Bandle tree and play all the units that you still need to play.
We are, what are we at now? 8 of 10 already. Yeah, this is right where What Am I wants to be. Even draws a Scorched Earth to deal with the Vigar if needed. I mean, unless you get a very aggressive draw as Darkness with, you know, a bunch of smaller units and you're able to, you know, get Darkness generators early and get like a value Vigar out and deal with the board. The pressure does not come until Vigar levels up. Vigar's not going to level up if he's not in play. I mean, he will technically level up if he's not in play, but even if he's leveled up, if he's not in play, it's irrelevant, right? Like, yeah. Senna can deal with the board. What Am I does not care about the board. The tree cares not about what's on the board. It's what's been on the board.
Yep, you just gem tree, and then Shurima is one of the last 2, so you just play this Bomber Twin, and then you get the last thing on the next turn, and Darkness does not have a way to deal with it. So as long as What Am I manages to not lose 20 health this turn, or I guess technically next turn, then he's won.
Yeah, I have been on the Darkness side of this matchup a good amount, and it is abysmal. We talk a lot about, like, 60-40 is probably, in some cases 70-30 is probably about as bad as a matchup, you know, realistically gets in Runeterra. I think this is one of the ones that is an outlier potentially. I think that there are draws that you can get as Darkness that can interact with the board enough and put on pressure, but it is not good.
All right, there's the level up.
Now, what is the Darkness at? I think it was
at 5, so it's going to go to 6. So even if you have Ishtali and you just throw...
you don't need to have attack token, yeah.
12 at the dome, you're just not going to get there.
Yeah, you've got the 6, then a Dark Bulb is another 6. If there was, let's see, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. You don't even have enough for, like, if there were 2 Dark Bulbs. There's not even enough mana.
Yeah, Yeah, the problem is just mana at this point for Mcanthor, because the damage is, I mean, 6 is a lot, right? But you still need to cast it 4 times at 6, so...
Yeah. Mcanthor just looking for something. Okay, Senna kind of helps the mana issues, but now we're at the there's not enough actual darknesses.
Yeah, I think Mcanthor was probably looking to see if there's any way to get enough darkness cast out, because they have the level Vigor on board, so it's like, okay, we've got a lot of damage that we can start to push through, but not quite there. And I mean, that does go to show, right? Like, we talked about how, hey, this matchup is pretty hard for darkness, but imagine if that tree was not as, like, turboed, right? Like, there were so many things that What Am I hit. Now that's what the deck does. It has a really pretty consistent draws on getting you there relatively quickly.
Yeah.
But if this is like a turn or two later, darkness is just going to end up pumping too much damage through. Yeah, there's a difference of, okay, well then what if you hit, you know, mini morph on the other side? There is a lot of like counterplay back and forth, but
yeah,
there's a lot of cases where darkness can end up finding the win.
Ooh,
it looks like it is.
We got Poros.
Poros. Okay, so maybe I saw something wrong earlier, because I guess it is 2 Freljord decks, and I may have just missed the icon, but there we go.
Yeah,
we've got Iceborne. Poros is going to be the one. So Thralls was banned. Is going up against Darkness, though. And no Poro just yet. But we do have some additional looks with the Sentry and the Zonite Urchin. And also, you know, we can just time trick. Probably find it.
Yeah, you say probably find it, but I have played this deck. I played this deck a decent amount when it first came out. And it was fun, but the unfun times are when you just brick. Because the deck doesn't really do anything if you don't have a Poro.
Yeah, I mean, that time trick, that's the hope, right? Is that that's going to fix it. So here we go. What Am I? Pops the time trick, and Poro Cannon.
All right, there's some
there
Poros.
You go.
Yep, still going to wait on it, though, as you don't want to just play naked Poros out. Okay, Archivist is a nice one too to potentially get the Iceborne Legacy, though you do need if one of my banks mana will have enough next turn.
Yeah, just pre-snacking for these Poros, so they will come out as 2/2s.
Mm-hmm.
At the very least. It does set up a really good legacy to dodge the box as well, if that does come down. But we can start jamming Poros. Though we do have the double iterative as well.
Aloof?
Okay.
Funny enough, Aloof will hit Iceborne Legacy. Actually, it'll hit Iceborne Legacy or Augmented Experimenter, which is funny. Oh, brutal.
Yeah.
The box.
Just reduplicate these 2 Poros, so you're not going to be able to go as wide, but you do still have 2. The second iterative as well. And by doing it this way, we are going to get, you know, 2 3/3 Poros down instead. It's almost as though we've hit an Iceborne at this point.
Yeah, the problem is that what am I has no mana, has really has a little bit of over the top with the Mystic shots, but this is pretty much exactly where Darkness wants to be, like an unchecked Vigar, Darkness is in hand, a Senna to like have infinite amounts of Darkness, Stilted Robe Maker to reduce the cost of Darkness. I mean, the Poros are not long for this world. Like, I don't know what am I can do actually to get out of this, because like what am I needs both like multiple Poros and honestly multiple Iceborne Legacies at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be find an Iceborne Legacy off the top, station Archivist into a Poro Cannon potentially.
Yeah, and even then that is not a ton. There's a
there's
legacy.
the legacy.
Okay. Now you play either Dark Bulb or Senna, and now I'm pretty sure that the darkness still kills the Poro.
Yeah, it should be at 6. It was 5 last turn, so.
Yeah. Yeah. This is about as doesn't wait, there was no oh no, there's no Senna out. Okay, in my mind Senna was already in play. Like, why are you not killing that? Well, you can't. That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, you've got 4 of burn right now. 4 damage burn. Can you find another 4?
Ishtali.
Yeah, gonna need more than that with Ishtali coming down.
That's not great. Though you can, well, you're gonna probably have to use a Mystic Shot on your.
No, you just freeze the Ishtali here. And
okay. Makes sense.
Still looking for burn. You get to dig a little bit more with the Sentry. I mean, the thing is this is a Shadow Isles deck that's running Whales and Vile Feast, so there's still going to be even more healing. Here's the GE.
Okay. I wonder if there was... If what am I block the 3/4 with the 3/3 and just let the Ishtali stay at 5 health, it may have actually been better because this darkness would be uncastable right now. Yes, you don't have a unit, but you'd have 7 more health. Vygar would not be leveled up. There would still be a darkness in hand, sure, but I wonder if this was actually a mistake or just an oversight.
Yeah, it's definitely tough. Okay, we're gonna hedge now. Go for the Vygar kill. Looking for a top deck of Poro then, which does get blown up by the mini morph. So basically, what am I saying? Okay, if you have mini morph, I lose. If you don't, there is a winning out with a Poro draw. So, but this is guaranteed curtains now because that mini morph is sitting in hand.
Yeah. Oh, and because of the way Station Archivist works, we know that Get Excited is on the top. Or not. Maybe they fixed that bug. They must have fixed the bug. Yeah, Poro Herder at comically incorrect time. That's going to be Mcanthor taking it down 2-1 over What Am I? Round number 1.
Yeah, Mcanthor picks it up. Looks like the darkness target not quite working out, but that is just Vygar coming down on 4. Both games making it very rough for What Am I? Even in the game that he won, it was still relatively close, and Mcanthor just playing a really solid series here with the AK and the darkness, the more standard lineup in general, winning out here. But What Am I trying something different, going back to his roots, playing a bit more aggressive before he became known for just playing Targon, and do end up seeing it not pull through in the winner's bracket, but he will drop down to the lower bracket where he will have a chance to come back. I believe there is one more match on the winner's side happening currently for the winner's quarterfinals. We're going to try and jump in with 4LW versus Maddie 24 Mayo in just a moment here, but looking through the bracket a little bit right now, Blev, we also see Mr. Emotional picked up a win over Yang Zera, and Prodigy picking up the win over Ikato. Prodigy, I think a player that a lot of people still like kind of forget who they are because we don't see them in a ton of grassroots tournaments, but they had a really great run in the last seasonal where they were playing a Viego deck that was really interesting, all the way up to, I believe it was top 4, but it might have just been top 8. My memory is a little bit off on that, but I remember them as playing that Viego deck that I was really intrigued by, that was playing Squid Mark. It was just very different and exciting to watch.
Yeah, a teal red-esque version. Running the he was on Squid Mark. He was putting Squid Mark and Squid Mark plus Mask Mother into like every deck for a while. And I tried, and I can't do it. Every time I pick up a teal red deck, I put it down very soon after, and I go, you know what, I'll just watch them play it instead.
All right, but 4LW against Maddie 24 Mayo. We're gonna be seeing, is this is Fizz, sorry, not Fizz, Nami TF.
Nami TF, yep.
And then on the other side we have Yordle in arms with BNZ. Okay, so that's the Yordle captain. does get cloned by 4LW, I believe, just as a defensive option.
I mean, it's pretty good in general. Theoretically, it's good. In this hand, with basically no other units, it's not the greatest, but it's a fine. It's a card that you would at least consider running in this deck if you could.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely needed to pick up a blocker, so I do love that that was picked up. It also does mean that you will have a target for your Nami to buff if you end up playing her to the board. Really just trying to slow down Maddie's development is going to be what 4LW is looking for. Finding that TF and then setting up the big level up turn, also potential, but with the chompers coming down, this board is so wide and so terrifying. This is exactly what people were worried about with Yordle Captain when he was announced. It never really came to fruition, but you know, sometimes there are still cases where he gets to do things like this and have these big turns. It get very scary. Double Mystic though is going to shut down a good amount of that damage. Would have been going to 6 if it wasn't for these Mystic shots. Yeah,
still getting a healthy 8 damage in, but I mean, Flame Chompers was doing a lot of work there. Flame Chompers is just such a good card in this deck, right? It's such a it's a very, and I think this just, you know, points to a well-designed card, is that it like is complete garbage in like, or would be complete garbage in some decks, but in the right deck, it is like a card that you almost always want to see.
Bomber Twin continuing to go wide, get the buffs with the Yordle Captain. No way for 4LW to deal with it. He's going to swing in with his own Yordle Captain. Just ends up with a 1-for-1 trade. I'm not exactly sure how useful it is on that swing, but...
Oh my god, the Captain pumps up the Sand Soldiers. And Flame Chompers, I mean, is open attack just lethal?
Oh, or it's pretty close.
11. It's off by 1, if my math is right, which it probably isn't, but I think it is.
Yeah, it is. It's 11.
Okay. We're digging. Miss. Another go. Okay.
Shen emotes, yeah, I mean, down to 1. What are you
down to 1 against a PNZ deck?
Yeah, there are 3 Mystic Shots, 3 Get Excited, 3 Pokey Sticks in this list.
Pick your poison. There it is, Mystic Shot. Gonna end it out, and I hope that that these players are getting the bad luck out now, Casa, because both 4LW and What Am I are currently
top
qualified for the seasonal right now, and well, didn't see them do super well in this first round, but hey, I mean, you get the kinks out now. You know, we talked about there's a number of different ways that you can approach a tournament like this at a time like this relative to the seasonal, and hey, you know, I mean, obviously you want to fight Nightwind, but at the end of the day, I think a lot of these players are looking towards the prize of the seasonal tournament more so than the seasonal Smackdown.
Yeah, it's a bit funny to see our two top cut players this week end up going down in round 1, but the thing with seasonal Smackdown is we always are inviting, you know, some of the best players, some of the, you know, most successful players in the Americas space. So you're just playing a top 8 with some of the best, and end of the day, it doesn't matter how good you are. Sometimes you're just gonna take the L in round 1. Sometimes somebody has to go 8th in a fight night, and it will be, you know, either What Am I or 4LW, because they're playing each other in losers. So one of them will be taking that L as we continue onward. But with that being said, that is round 1 of the Fight Night Seasonal Smackdown in the books. Winners semifinals coming up next, so stay tuned. Fight Night Legends returns after this. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends Seasonal Smackdown, presented by Wisdom. I'm Casanova, joined by TheBlevins, and we just got through round number 1, where both of our seasonal top cut players have already fallen to the lower bracket. But, you know, that's the way it goes here at Seasonal Smackdown, Blev.
True.
And we've got plenty more action to go. This round, we're going to be jumping in with Mr. Emotional going up against Prodigy. Blev, talk about this matchup a little bit.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. Mo was popping in chat talking about how fast he finishes his match, and I figured, oh, must be playing an aggro lineup. Not the case. I think Mo and What Am I decided to just gave each other the affirmative nod, just tossed each other's decks across the table and said, we're playing each other's decks. We're not going to look at them. Although I don't even think that what Am I brought is something that Mo would play either. But, you know, Mo has the, you know, I think that this is actually the Majin Bay lineup, right? I think, or did Majin Bay not bring Darkness? I don't remember, but Darkness, Lee Sin, Ari Ken, and Go Hard. That is, if not the Majin Bay / Kever / Mastering Runeterra lineup, it is a common lineup from the open rounds for sure. And Mo's brought it here. Not the type of lineup he would normally play, though.
Yeah. I mean, we're going to be taking a look at Mo versus Prodigy, but let's take a look at the bracket to see where everyone else had ended up, right? We've got Maddie24 Mayo took down 4LW. Mcanthor took down What Am I, which we saw on stream, right? They'll be going up against each other on the other side of the semifinals. But Mo taking down Yang and Prodigy taking down Ankado, that's going to put us where we are watching. And just looking at the bottom side here in the lower bracket, 4LW and What Am I, the two players that
potential
are in
matchup
the top
this
cut
weekend
on Saturday. Potential matchup for this weekend is going to be happening in the lower bracket. Of course, every player is streaming their perspective. So if you really do want to catch that match, you can definitely go ahead and check that out on What Am I stream or 4LW's stream to see what's going on there. Because I know that should be a fire matchup that people are excited about. And one of them is going to have to go 7th, 8th in this fight night this week, even coming off of such a great performance this weekend. And they're hoping that this can be the bad performance sandwich, right? Where they have a great performance in the open rounds, bad performance at fight night, and then a great performance at the seasonal on Saturday. But, of course, as mentioned, we are going to be taking a look at Mr. Emotional and Prodigy. And you mentioned that Mo not being on aggro, he's known for aggro. He has the fastest average set time in a seasonal in history. At just under 15 minutes in his seasonal run that he won, each of his sets took a little bit under 15 minutes. And that was on a triple aggro lineup. Now, he's not running the triple aggro lineup this week, but Prodigy is. Prodigy is on a triple aggro lineup. He is going to be playing 3 decks that, when Croc put them in the spreadsheet, decided to put the word burn next to all of these decks. So, they're the 3 decks that are at least somehow described as burn, and they're exciting. One of TheBlevins' favorite champions is actually featured, and we never get to see them, and that's gonna be Darius.
Yeah, Prodigy brought what I thought was just okay. We got Draven Scion, we got Elise Spiders, and then I go, oh, it's probably just it's pirates. But Darius has replaced our good friend Gangplank, and Darius is no pirate. Outside of that champion change, basically the same deck that you would expect from a pirate burn deck. But Casa, we're getting into this match now. I forgot to do it last round, but it's seasonal Smackdown, so I got to do it. Let's get ready to rumble.
Let's get ready indeed, TheBlevins. We're jumping right on in with Prodigy versus Mr. Emotional. As you can see, Darkness and it looks like Ari Cannon are the ones that are up, which makes sense when we see this triple burn lineup. Actually, small surprise to not see Lee Zoe, but I guess worried more about the Eyes of the Dragon just blowing you out than the other 2 decks and being more confident running over Darkness and Ari Cannon. So yeah, in a roundabout way of thinking about it, these other 2 control decks almost feel like maybe you do have a better chance when you don't have to deal with Eyes of the Dragon. So anyways, Prodigy gonna be on the Draven Scion burn for this first game, and it looks like Spiders is the other deck that is available for them. So we won't be seeing your boy Darius, but he ate a ban. So I don't know how that makes you feel.
Hey, that, you know what? Too powerful is how it makes me feel. Though in my Wild Rift games, if Darius eats a ban, Well, I don't actually leave because that's a BM, and also you get punished for it. So, but I do get upset when my Darius gets banned in World Rift. So, but this, I'm not sure. I get the reasoning of not wanting to play against Lee Sin, but I also, I don't actually know how I feel about that. I maybe would rather play against Lee Sin than Darkness, potentially, as the aggro lineup. Maybe not. I definitely trust Prodigy's instincts more than mine, I trust Prodigy's experience more than my instincts, but my instincts think I kind of don't care about Lee Sin that much. But maybe the Eye of the Dragon are just too scary.
Yeah, I guess maybe the thought being like it's not actually that fearsome heavy of a lineup. Like your Spiders is good against the Lee, but maybe Spiders is gonna get banned, and so then you're against you know, your other two decks don't deal with that as well. It's definitely an interesting thought.
Okay.
I think there's a lot of different thought patterns to it, and I'm not as like caught up and well versed on these like triple aggro lineups as I used to generally be. At least as far as like what their ban strategy would be into like the entire field of control decks, because Mo has like all three of kind of the boogeyman control, and in a lot of lineups you wouldn't actually see all three. You would normally see two, and normally it would be that third deck that would actually be the ban for an aggro lineup like this, and you would actually play against both AK and Lee Sin or something of that nature. So cool to see that this is the way that Prodigy went, and I think that I being the main card that we're looking at as the reason that Prodigy goes that way. So anyways, only has Mo down to 13 on turn 5, so a little bit of a slow start, but we look at the rest of the hand and there is a lot of gas. There are 2 Get Exciteds and a Decimate. That's already going to be 11 of this 13 damage accounted for, or sorry, 10 of this 13 damage accounted for, as well as a Scion in hand to try and push through the rest of this. So not a bad position for Prodigy, even without a massive amount of damage coming through in the first 5 turns, but still 7 is respectable.
Yeah, and I love the glimpse from Mo. The Spiderling is basically of 0 value, and if Prodigy could, quote unquote, counter the glimpse with a Mystic Shot, but Mo's like, that's like, instead, I'm just turning this into gain 2 life, and I think that's fine too. You know, in this matchup, if you can gain 2 life, you know, I think you'd obviously rather draw the cards, but gain 2 life, make your opponent use 2 mana. You know, discard a card. I think that's a card that you would cast.
Yeah, and I mean, double Vial into that Draven there, huge. Definitely makes you feel for the old Draven, for sure, but
yeah,
Draven does get double Vialed. That heals up Mo for 2 and provides 2 blockers. So currently Prodigy just kind of sitting on a bunch of spells to try and push that additional damage through. Decimate goes down. We have 2 of these Get Exciteds and a Mystic, so an additional 8 there, but that still leaves Mo at 3. And I don't feel like the Scion is going to be leveled up just yet, but Minimorph to go aggressive potentially from Mo.
Leave it to Mo to cast the aggressive Minimorph.
Push 8. Puts it as a 2-turn clock.
I love it so much.
3 Minimorphs and a Stress Defense in hand. It actually makes so much sense with this hand.
Oh, it's an amazing play.
Yeah.
You know what, chat, type a 1 if you would have done that, because I mean, I think looking at it makes a lot of sense and go, oh, it turns it into a 2-turn clock, but that was not a particularly long time that Mo thought about that, right? That was like instantaneous open attack, maybe a quick little math. Oh, I go up to 8. We're gonna mini morph my Spiderling aggressively. Let's go. Okay, I think chat's being honest here. Not a lot of 1s in chat right now. Because like it's a high level play for sure.
We started throwing GEs at face. I imagine that GE was trying to get the Scion closer to level up. I'm not sure exactly where he's at. I don't quite think he's there, but there's another Decimate, and that starts to put us really close. And Scion actually is there on the level up from his own power on the play. That's going to have to eat a Minimorph. Almost certainly from Mo. He does have 9 mana, so he can play the Darkness first, deal with the Draven, and then Minimorph the Scion.
Yep.
Still in a solid place there.
Yeah, and we have... Is it Get Excited, Decimate, Mystic Shot in hand right now? Is that what the hand is? I don't remember what the third card is. Okay, it is.
Yes. Yeah.
So technically enough burn in hand. We're not going to be able to play. I think Mo is going to actually with. I think that this. Oh no, it's not. I don't.
Another aggressive mini morph does force burn from Prodigy's hand to stay alive.
Yeah.
If we did see that play, and I think we will. So we've seen 2 aggressive mini morphs on this.
And now, if Prodigy doesn't use the get excited, he's dead to the pokey stick.
Yeah, he's dead to pokey stick if he doesn't.
But you gotta you're at least Mystic
You
Shot.
have to make the read that you are dead if you don't Mystic Shot Senna. I can't imagine not playing for that, right?
Yeah, I can't believe that the Senna. Why would you? I guess not blocking the Senna means that you're definitely Mystic Shotting, right? That's it. Just gotta be. Does Mo? Okay, Mo not gonna use stress defense to save Senna. Okay, not dead yet though.
Yeah, I mean, and Prodigy has gone through a lot of burn. Yes, Mo is effectively at 1 with this hand from Prodigy, and there's a lot more damage in the deck, but Ishtali...
Another Scion.
There's a stress defense, though. This doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Mo has found a line to find a victory here. I mean, he's there.
Yeah, this is actually going to get massively blown out. Yeah. Now, it does not seem like it is going to be close for Prodigy.
Look, I saw discourse in the chat on, like, whether it was actually correct to do the mini morph, the first one,
yeah.
Right? The second one is obviously correct, right?
Yes.
Once you've done the first one.
Right.
But regardless of like objectively thinking about every single possible outcome, is it the highest percentage play? It did win this game. It absolutely did. Finding that opportunity, finding a way around the fact that Prodigy just had so much burn and Mo's hand was very, very rough to play with.
Yeah.
Ends up getting there.
Wow.
On the back of a couple aggressive mini morphs, and it's pretty crazy to see a play like that happen.
I will say I don't recall ever having seen an aggressive mini morph. I mean, I know it's obviously possible. I don't recall ever seeing one. And we've seen 2 here. No, we saw 2 here from Mo, and they were both very relevant. Okay. Dex here. Get excited, can kill 1. No, okay. That's just going to be it. Mo taking down game number 1 versus Prodigy. And the aggressive mini morph is definitely Pog, the first one, right?
Yeah.
And I honestly would contest most people that say that wasn't the right play, but it was literal Drizzoth that said it, so he's probably right.
This is one fun thing about card games too, though, is like,
and Fight Night,
even and just Fight Night in general, is even if there is a play that maybe isn't percentage wise the correct play,
right?
Even if it's a little strange, sometimes it just works out, right? Sometimes it's even the best. There's a lot that you can talk about that specific game. I understand. I know chat's got a lot of opinions on it, and there were definitely a lot of things that could have gone differently, but always fun to see something crazy pan out when we get something like an aggressive mini morph on a 3 mini morph hand.
Yeah, and Mo obviously is playing right now, so I'll speak on his behalf defending the play in scoreboard.
Well, I mean, that's what Mo would say too, right?
That's true.
That's what he'd say too. I mean, you just got to speak for him here. I mean,
when you know, you know. Okay? I don't usually like to speak on behalf of people, but you know, I feel like I got a good enough read on what Mo would say here.
All right, there we go. Another aggressive start this time. We've got the Pirates. So it is Pirates. Okay, so Darius was not banned. We got Pirates in here.
Yep.
So MF going to be down on 3. We do have a pretty scary attack, a pretty scary board in general to just kick things off for the Pirate deck.
Yeah, it kind of scary. It looks like Prodigy doesn't even want to attack with the Crackshot Corsair. Interesting. This is going to be not attacking with the MF makes sense because obviously of Go Hard. just straight up trades, which is not great for Prodigy here. The Crackshot Corsair, I feel like I also don't mind getting in there. It does still trade with the Conspirator because
like,
of the MF.
I mean, maybe the thought is just you want this extra ping damage from the Island Navigator because you know that's in your hand, right? Like, you're just setting up this massive Navigator turn. But I don't know if that's like, if I love that necessarily. I think I prefer just trying to kind of cull down the board a little bit. But at the end of the day, I mean, this Navigator turn is going to be crazy. Picked up a second one. So the scout attack is huge. Mo on a triple Nopify hand. I mean, this is just, I mean, this game is just done with this hand. I mean, 4 counter spells against this deck, and it's just a double Island Navigator hand. Yeah, I mean, good luck, Mo.
Yeah, not looking great here. I mean, it doesn't necessarily matter which deck it is, whether it's Scouts or it's Pirates. If you have MF on 3, Island Navigator on 4, or like 4 and 5 into your attack token, it almost doesn't matter. Or actually, it was MF on 3, Island Navigator on 4, Island Navigator on 5. That was the progression here, and that's tough for basically any deck to beat, especially an Ari Kennen that has 3 Nopifies and a Deny in hand.
Yeah, no, you just, I mean, you swing with everything. Yeah, I mean, you could try and play for the MF level up, but realistically, this should just be ending the game. And if she trades into Kennen and the game isn't over, then you just have to find 1 damage somewhere, probably. It's very unlikely it's going to be more than that.
Yeah, if Prodigy left back the MF here, that just is an opening for Mo, I think.
Yeah,
I don't think it's big enough to get a win, but it is certainly feels like it would be throwing away some damage. I mean, it would be throwing away damage. It feels like it could possibly be throwing away the whole game. In this case, I think Mo's just, even if Mo draws like a sign in and draws the perfect 2 cards, there's not enough mana to do anything fast enough. Concussive Bomb.
Hey, Conk Bomb. That would have been really nice a couple turns ago.
Multiple turns ago, yeah, would have been quite good actually. And well, there's a target for here tonight.
There we go, and then here comes the fervor, and you've got your Nopifies.
True. Okay, you need your opponent to block with the Crackshot Corsair there for no reason whatsoever. All right, that's good.
There we go. Well, ties it up 1-1.
Yeah.
Now, Mo just gonna have to try and grab 1 more, but Pirates finds the win, and it's just gonna be Scion Draven.
Yeah.
Looking for a victory against AK to try and seal the deal for Prodigy. Mo getting a taste of his own medicine here with the aggro lineup coming through.
Yeah, I do think that Ari Kennen is probably still good into Scion, Draven Scion. It seems like Ari Kennen would be better into Draven Scion than it would be into Draven Rumble, and I think high-level Ari Kennen players are fine into Draven Rumble for the most part, but we'll see here. This hand looks at least a little bit better for Mo than the last one. Only a single Nopify, and I think Nopify's not terrible in this matchup. It was the fact that there were 3 in the last one.
Oh, I mean, this is a pretty solid hand. You've got to go hard for the very early threats, and then you're leading into a Kenku Wayfinder on 4, which is exactly kind of what you want to be doing. Getting wide, being able to block.
Well, you don't want to be playing the go hard in first and then the Kinky Wayfinder a lot of the time.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. But
drew a go hard though. Okay, good.
End of the day, you're saving a lot of HP, and yeah, if you just draw your a go hard here, it's probably not going to be another one on top immediately.
Yeah, almost certainly not. Although, or at the very least, there's not an additional go hard in the deck anymore, right? It's you're at the same number of go hards as you started the game with. Okay, there we go.
Yep, there's your hits. We're just gonna play another go hard right away. Actually, just at this point, it seems like Mo trying to aggressively put these into the deck. Try and just go for the pack your bags. Pretty much just closes it out if he finds one. Only needs to cast 2 more, and he's there.
Yeah, one thing about
more, and then he has it, right?
Mm-hmm. One thing about this matchup is the very important cards on both sides are here. The 4/2 Fearsome is a very, very important card in this matchup because it is actually quite hard to deal with from Ari Kennen outside of the Kennen, which of course Mo has and is now going to be able to deal with it. So, you know, the initial pressure and the counter to that is here. But outside, like, if we imagine a world where this next Wayfinder misses, like, Mo is kind of doesn't have a ton of pressure here. And you gotta spin those go hards away. You gotta spin them to the bottom.
Yeah, that's true. Of course, very important tech in Runeterra.
Oh
hey,
no!
Well,
oh no! Oh no! That's fine. There's still, you know, potentially, God Willow Seedling is another proc. Recall's another proc, and also this means that there is a go hard on top, which is not necessarily a bad thing.
It's not a bad thing. It's really not. It's actually okay. And the fact is like you're gonna bounce the Cannoneer, and that's gonna allow you to deal with the 4/2, right? Yep. You've got the God Willows to. I mean, maybe you're just gonna use that on Kennen to try and get even more removal, but these 2/3s are still gonna block everything that's not fearsome. Mystic Shot. Probably just have to recall that. There you go.
Do you Notify? Yeah, I was gonna say, do you Notify that?
Maybe. Is this running Fervors?
Yeah,
no,
Fervors.
One Fervor.
Probably get excited,
I mean,
right?
GE and Fervor are kind of, I guess, the bigger threats.
Yeah, that's fine. Keeping Notify is fine. Those are pretty close. This usually saves you mana. Actually, it doesn't save you mana because you have to replay the Kennen, so it's basically the same. I'm actually not sure which one I like more. But again, I'll trust the high-level competitive players' instincts over mine here.
Yeah, but that is the third go hard played, so pack your bags would be coming soon. Deny for Decimate, that is the most threatening, of course, but we are going towards the Scion turns. Fortunately for Mo, having the attack token on 7, so he's not getting Scioned on 7 immediately. And try and go for God Willow Seedling on Kennen.
Yeah, Scion could really pose a very big threat here. Unless Mo can grab a Conch Palm or something like that. Of course, it's only a 3/6, but that's still, like, the Ari can't really attack now. Okay, we're gonna stun the Scion and make a big attack. Okay, this makes sense.
Okay, yeah. This makes sense. This makes a lot of sense. Shuffle another Kennen, stun Scion once we replay our Kennen.
Yep. Imagine we're getting kind of close to the level up for Kennen as well.
Yeah, I think this last pullback with the Ari on this swing should get us there. A Kennen level up on the next play.
Okay. Not to mention a nice little chunk, 8 damage chunk going through.
Yeah, I mean, it essentially is setting up for lethal on the next kind of big swing that Mo can get in. Just with the Ari level up, hopefully coming quite soon. I think he's 2 away from the Ari. It might be 3.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's probably 3.
Sign-in is just massive. That's a huge draw.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Sign-in pretty good. Because Scion attacks, you could just go block with a 3/4. That if you like pump it or some way, I don't actually care. Because in fact, I'd almost rather have the board space than this random 2/3 on my board. Okay, Reborn Grenadier is gonna level up the Scion though. Sign-in's going to put a lot of booty in front of that Scion. There's a pack. So, Prodigy... Oh, no, we can't cast pack now. Obviously, there's not enough mana. I was still living in 1 mana pack your bags world, which was a nightmare hellscape, but I did imagine it for a second.
Can Focus Speed Charm pull the Kennen back potentially?
It could actually. Actually, that's I'm wondering if that's...
Would have let you stun the Scion.
Right.
I'm curious if that's even just something that Mo even cares about, though. I feel like he just wants to kill Scion and then play Pack on the return. Is kind of my thought. There's also, he knows there is survival skills in this deck, so it's another thing he has to consider. Okay, you can Notify this.
Yep.
Do not want to let that rally come through until you have mana.
Yeah, and even if that went through, it was still kind of desperation. Homecoming, I have to imagine, basically seals this one.
Yeah, I mean, it puts you in such a phenomenal position against the Scion, right? Being able to just Homecoming any future Scions or Homecoming this one if you don't have another answer. See a pass from Mo. Prodigy, I feel like almost just would take that.
Yeah.
As you get another cannon back, right? This does give you the mark. I think this is the consideration for Mo.
Oh,
he can just play the second mark
because
he had it from Godwillow.
Okay,
block with the ephemeral.
That was a great play.
And then you pack the bags.
That was an amazing play from Mo.
Yeah.
I forgot about the other cannon. That is just great from Mo. I love the pass now that I'm actually seeing how it plays out. I was very confused for a second.
Yeah. Really solid play. I like this quite a bit.
Yep. Kill the Scion. Yes, opponent can, still has a lot of mana. But it's okay. Down to 7. Homecoming is going to stop pretty much anything that's super scary.
Considering just bouncing one of these Wayfinders, trying to get another, fully wide board set up.
Yeah, I don't hate that in general, but it is pretty committal from a mana perspective, and obviously puts you under Homecoming. Might just need to in this position. Okay, we do hit. Okay, a little pop off from Mo, not completely missing there, which honestly could really have put him in trouble. But now with 2 cannons, we have a full board. Ari, I think, is going to be leveling up here on the attack.
Yeah, Mo should be getting there. Leave on this turn. Has to survive.
Or I think we have to throw away one of these, at least one of these cannons. Taking 8. As we can see, it's enough with the Nopify, but I really don't want to have to. I really don't want to have the check of, hey, does my opponent have like 2 Mystic shots or something like that? I would rather just play it a little bit safer.
Looks like Mo might completely trade down, and he can just play go hard on this sump character as well.
Yeah. Seems good. Open attack is not gonna be threatening lethal, though, is a concern for me.
It is currently 2 off. You do get card draw. You do have the Homecoming for the Scion as well. Conch Palm is going to be another pickup for that.
Conch Palm is nice. Yeah,
So it makes so much sense to just Conch Palm here, because then you just pull it back to your hand.
You just get a new one. Yep.
Yeah, and you just get a new one.
Yep.
So like you just Conch Palm and you threaten this, and then after that you just like pull it back to hand, and then you still have it as a potential answer to the Scion.
Yeah.
If it doesn't just guarantee the win anyway, right? Like if it wins you the game, great, it won you the game. If not, you just pull it back to hand and you use it as a defensive tool. Basically
a free roll. No, I really like the palm play here. It does make things potentially a little bit sticky, as obviously more units can come out. Of course, the biggest punish there is a burst speed chompers into another blocker. But again, like you said, it's basically a free roll here. You're going to be getting your palm back. Scion is certainly annoying. but we get we can just pre-level Ari, pull the Scion back up. That is certainly not going to be a good mana exchange. They could have the same number of blockers, but it is one of those blockers is definitely not going to be a Scion, which means that if they want to attack with Scion next turn, they have to develop it. And as we've mentioned, there's going to be a brand new Concussive Palm in hand. So this one is, we see the pop off from Mo. This is almost certainly going to be, if not lethal here, relatively close to deterministic not dying, which means lethal on the next attack.
Yep. I mean, it's one off here, right? Like we see the blocks come through, but you just survive at one. However, you get to pull back this Concussive Palm. You get to pull back Droplet. You're gonna be able to replay.
Even
Wayfinder as well because it costs 3 now.
Okay, there's a Go Hard on top.
There's Go Hard on top.
It's fine.
Doesn't really matter. You don't necessarily need the blockers because you just need to deal with Scion with the Conch Palm.
Yeah. There's a Scion in your opponent's hand that you
double decimate. I mean that starts to get a little crazy, right? But you still have the Nopify for the Get Excited that would finish you on the following turn.
Yeah,
so
you're
still not dying.
Yeah, 2 decimates, and then your opponent would also need 2 Get Exciteds, or no, it'd have to be 2 Get Exciteds, or
it'd have to be 2 Get Exciteds.
Yeah, it'd have to actually be 2 Get Exciteds because you can win against 2 Noxian Fervors because they're not going to have units in play. And like even Noxian Fervor
has
here,
to be 3 spells because the Nopify is going to stop 1, and you're down to 4. So.
Oh right, you're not even. Yeah. Oh right, because of the Go Hard. Yeah, this is. Yeah.
Sometimes you forget about the drain on that as well, but
yeah, they just gave it everything. Remember when Pack Your Bags cost 1? Ooh,
sure do.
That was not good times.
Yeah, I mean this is well played.
Very well played.
Executed by Mo. The God Willow play I think was probably the most impactful, getting that Kennen to come out, be able to stop
that pass
from there, and
was beautiful.
Great pass. Ends up picking up the win over Prodigy. Mo gonna be advancing on to that winner's bracket final.
He has to attack first.
Well, you know, he's trying to win with Pack Your Bags, and he's gonna get it.
I guess.
Yeah.
There's no reason not to open attack besides
the
panache,
but like
right?
He cast. You saw him cast the Go Hard on his own unit. He's just trying to get the Pack Your Bags to win.
Okay. Yep. That
and
makes
so
sense.
He's just trying to win with Pack Your Bags.
Gotcha.
And he's going to.
Okay.
He got there. He found it. He's cast.
Rewarded.
Why the Droplet? We pulling it back? We casting this? What?
Is he waiting for the GG? Huh?
No, he's just trying. He's trying to draw his whole deck. I mean,
he didn't even cast it.
Yeah.
Mo with the miraculous BM at the end of the game.
I get it, Mo. All right, Mo. All right. Mo's he's
okay, he's saying he was looking for second Nopify. Yeah.
He didn't want to get high rolled by the double fervor hand. All right, in the deck that runs a single fervor, Mo. But
also Fervor not castable when your opponent has no units, and you could have open attacked into no mana.
I know, but it's also the Get Excited. It's the G's.
3 Get Excited, so we already saw one, right?
Excited,
Didn't we already see one?
I don't know.
Get Excited and Mystic, you had a Nopify. Okay, anyways.
No, but he was thinking there's 2. He's thinking there's 2. He's probably right. They're probably supposed to really play for
I'm gonna need someone. I'm gonna need someone of top 50 masters or higher to check that work.
I get it.
I'm gonna need someone top 50 masters or higher to check that work before I accept it.
It's just.
If I can get a Drizoth blessing, I'll forgive you. But I'm calling it BM until then. Okay, we got the Drizoth. We got the Drizoth blessing. Okay, fine.
Mo was right.
It was right. Mo was right. Okay, that's fine.
That's really funny though. That's really funny.
Yeah.
Because it just looks like he's BMing. It really does. It really does. But
yeah,
I get it, Mo.
No, okay. It actually is correct to do that. You want to maximize your odds because there's some world. It's probably a 0.0001% chance where it's like, oh, opponent does have 3 Get Exciteds, or like,
and it's probably a game I cast.
It's probably a game that Casa casts Mo in. So yeah,
probably a game I cast. Probably a game I cast. Yeah. So makes sense for sure. Anyways, congrats to Mo making it to the winners bracket final. They will be facing off against Mcanthor, who took down Matty2 Mayo.
Okay.
That's going to be an exciting matchup between those two. But Mo, not on aggro, winning in a tournament that I'm casting.
Wasn't he, though?
So these are really,
that darkness match was kind of aggro.
Yeah, he did play Minimorph as an aggro card. So
aggro is not a deck type; it's a mindset. Just remember
the
that.
six mana Grant +2 to his unit. Crazy. But there's plenty more craziness to come. The winners finals are coming right at you, so don't go anywhere. Fight Night Legends Seasonal Smackdown will return after this. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends Seasonal Smackdown presented by Wisdom. I'm Casanova, joined by TheBlevins, and we do have the winners final coming right up. We just saw Mo take down Prodigy with aggro darkness, right, Blevins? That's what it was. It was aggro darkness.
Yeah.
Where you just play Minimorph as an aggro
6
card.
mana +2/+2. Yeah.
Yep. All right. Well, what do you make of all this, Blev? What do you make of today so far? What's going on in that head of yours?
Honestly, as much as, we love to meme with Mo and he's a great personality, a good friend of ours, honestly kind of flexed how good of a player he was in the last match. I mean, I was giving him a little flack for BM, but it actually wasn't BM. It was playing optimally. I think there's maybe some argument with whether that first aggro mini morph was optimal or not, but at the end of the day, like, that is a high level play, an outside of the box level play that we see coming from, obviously an internet meme god, but also a seasonal champion in Mr. Emotional. So yeah, I mean, unfortunately for him, didn't make the top 32 this time around, but hey, you can still win a clout tournament.
Yeah, the thing I really liked about the Minimorph play, though, was just, like, recognizing a win condition and going for it, right? Like, understanding that your deck is going to lose a lot of the time to the burn condition, and the longer the game goes, it actually ends up being worse for you in this specific setting. I know a lot of control decks, yeah, you want the game to go long, and yes, that is true, but you are hemorrhaging a lot of HP, and so the more time that your opponent has to find the burn pieces, the more likely it is that you're just going to fall over. And so Mo,
yeah,
recognizing that their hand was not going to win a long game with these triple Minimorphs, just decides to go for that win and ends up finding it. Yeah, there's a series of other reasons why that worked out, but I do like when you just find that line and you just commit to it and commit to finding that victory. And yeah, Mo able to pick it up. So Mo will be going against Mcanthor. We did get to talk about a little bit earlier because we were watching them take down What Am I? Another very standard lineup out of Mcanthor. Darkness, Scouts, Ari Kennen. And this is kind of what I was talking about with the Lee Sin, as well as a lot of times we see like Darkness, Ari Kennen, another deck, or we see Ari Kennen, Lee Sin, another deck. We don't always see them as all three together. And Mcanthor's lineup is a little bit more of that. Scouts isn't always the one I expect to see, but it is an example of exactly this, right? These two kind of control decks, and then we see the additional list being thrown in this time. It is Scouts for Mcanthor.
Yeah, it's actually been I was forgetting what the third, for some reason I was thinking it was Darkness was the Mastering Runeterra lineup, but I believe it was actually Pantheon Tarek, well, if I believe was
some
the third
of the
deck
team was
lineup.
Playing differently than the other, right? Because What Am I was playing Thresher Alien Soul, and so was so was Jason Florent, but Majin was not on Thresher Alien Soul, and then Ikata was on whatever the hell Ikata was on. So
Shellfolk plus other decks, but we see here Mcanthor's. This is Mcanthor's version of Darkness. Pretty standard in general. We don't always see the stress testing. There's usually some number of whale. The box is also a meta call, but is quite good, in general. But pretty standard otherwise. I mean, Darkness is weird because I think since it came out, which, was with the release of these two champions, I think this deck has actually been roughly the same power level. Which is quite high. It's just it never really like caught on as like a top deck. Oh, I mean, which is weird to me.
It literally didn't until Yamato played it Worlds perfectly, and everyone was like, wait a minute, this deck that everyone was calling a meme at the start of Worlds is literally undefeated at Worlds. It didn't lose a game. Even in the final where Yamato lost to Alan ZQ, Darkness won its games. So it's like this deck is being very good in good hands for a long time. Players are finally reaching the level that Yamato was at back then. Now they're able to play it very well, and there's been, I'm sure, some levels of adjustments. I'm curious what the Yamato deck looks like versus what's being played now. I think they're relatively similar, but there's definitely going to be some tech changes here and there. And this deck just being a very, very powerful list, exciting to see. And the other deck that we're seeing here is just Scouts. I mean, Scouts is kind of made its way back into this meta as a whole, which has been kind of interesting to see. I'm curious. I was thinking like, oh, is this going to be the seasonal for Gems to make another run into the top 32 over in EU? But course, that did not work out this time. I'm not even sure if you played, to be honest.
No, he did. I
Did he? Okay.
think he was actually waitlisted. I think he went X2. If my knowledge of Twitter 2 days ago or whatever is correct, which it probably isn't, but I definitely remember seeing a tweet. And classic Mo stream, not even showing up, almost ropes out. There we go.
Makes it in time to play his 1-drop. Get the one chip damage into darkness for Mcanthor. So it looks like darkness Ari Cannon going against darkness Lee Sin.
Yep.
Nope.
And
darkness Ari Cannon. It's been swapped.
okay.
So mirror matchup between these two.
Yep, and Mo does have both go hards here to kill the 3-2, but any hits, any powering up of the darkness is relevant here, right? 3 from 2 to 3 is a break point because now you can kill an unleveled Ari with a darkness and or a wayfinder, and it only gets harder from there, right? Like it can be quite tough if Mcanthor can get some darknesses going and can just take out basically every threat. Can either take out every threat or put pressure on all of these reactive cards, right? Because eventually they'll run out. If you can control the droplets, the AK deck will run out a lot of the times faster than the darkness deck runs out of answers.
All right, there's a first darkness cast on the Ari. Can be protected by recall or twin disciplines, but
yeah,
Mo not having a good way to deal with the Veigar is just going to be rolling those buffs up all game.
Yeah,
and Veigar on 4 in this matchup is pretty insane.
And this is a perfect example of what I was just saying, is that Mcanthor casts a darkness which was generated for free from Veigar, and it cost a card from Mo, a recall, which that's a mana positive exchange for Mo, but that recall is not drawing a card off of droplet. It's not resetting a wayfinder. It's not getting an additional lightning surge or lightning storm from Kennen. It's just keeping the Ari alive. And if Mcanthor can survive long enough and not fall behind on board enough and keep making those types of plays, Mo's eventually going to get drained out.
Yeah, and Mo just going to be hoping to continue to refill the hand with the droplet recall here, needing to put a lot of pressure onto Mcanthor with this Ari, with these elusives, and there is just immediately going to be a Vile Feast that forces another defensive tool.
Another low value play. Like it's still fine for Mo, but again, like that's a twin disciplines that's not that could theoretically in the future be doing 6 damage if you put it on an Ari. It now did 1.
Yeah. Sign-in picked up. Will at least allow for more draws, and you lose 1, but fortunately for Mo, he drew 2.
Yep.
He does get to play one of them anyway, and
oh, and pack your bags is up.
Pack your bag. Okay, so this is a way that you can beat
that
this
changes
start
it.
from Mcanthor. That changes a bit of the math.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I did not realize he had already played enough.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. He played 2 and on turn 2 against the 3-2, and then he just played the 1 on the Veigar there. So yeah, it makes sense.
I just wasn't thinking about that. Normally, you don't even see them played this fast, right? Normally, these pack your bags or the go hards in general are a late game tool for this deck. They're not usually online by turn 7, but here we are.
Yeah, we get to attack here. Get some pumps potentially. Oh, just gonna open with the
rips the pack your bags. Just gonna threaten to end the game.
Notably, only 1 Rekindler, and there's no missed calls here. Not that you'd want to cast missed call this turn anyway, but this would actually be a great time to cast Pack Your Bags into a deck that had missed calls.
I mean, defending against this has become very difficult. I mean, Mo doesn't have any mana, but
you can play like Senna kill a 2/2. Actually, you can kill Ari with Senna, which is nice, and then block potentially. Actually, yeah, I think you just block the sign in because it'll force Mo to do an extra damage to the Senna, and obviously you just want to survive, right? Yeah, you have to block the sign in. Unless you want to block the Ari and shoot. Mo's probably going to pick up sign in if I had to guess. That's not right, is it?
I guess Mo's considering, like, if he passed here, there's no shot he doesn't have a way to stop my attack. Maybe I eat all his mana. Because, like...
Is that just like 6 head from Mcanthor saying, yeah, I'm going to lose anyway?
That's what's going through Mo's head right now, right? Like, he's like, okay, so, like, if I swing, then you definitely aren't losing, because you would have played something if you were losing. So, I guess I eat this mana, right? Like...
I mean, that's the type of play that could only work at this high level. Now, of course, it didn't work here, but...
Yeah, so does box... Wait, is 10 mana whale plus... Does whale plus box just keep you alive itself?
Probably.
You can group shot on top of that, too.
Okay.
That'd be exactly 10 mana.
I don't know what's been played.
It looks like whale pokestick group shot. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I mean, this still keeps you alive, right? Like,
sure. All right. Is this better than playing Senna? Maybe. I personally just love getting Senna online, basically as soon as possible, but I don't hate the play.
Dark Bulb on top of that. Now, Mo has these Nopifies. Wow. Finds third sign-in. That's so good in this matchup. Just to be able to find those. Be able to Nopify this darkness as well.
Yep. Pretty good. Yeah, all the things I was saying about this matchup earlier really get turned on their head if the opponent has a very early pack your bags like Mo did, and also if they're able to keep pressure on. You need to sort of from the very beginning, at least what I found playing this matchup from the darkness side is I need my 1 damage pings. The version I was on was on roughly the same number of pings. I think I may have even been running 3 group shot instead of just the 2 for Mcanthor, but just it was trying to essentially keep opponent off of droplet at all costs and prevent them from getting value from the bounce spells, and then you'd eventually run them out of resources. Obviously, as this game has progressed, that has not happened, and Mo in very, very commanding position here.
Yeah, gonna be able to even just deal with the Acolyte with the cannon spells if he so chooses. Mark of Storms, clear up the board, set up for another open attack with no blockers available for Mcanthor. It was looking like a very, very good start for Darkness. Quickly turned around on that pack your bags. Now Mo in a commanding position with not too many outs, if any outs, seemingly available for Mcanthor.
Yeah, we're going to be going into open attack, and Mcanthor currently has nothing that changes anything. I guess technically the open attack's not lethal.
Yep, so we'll see potentially Mourned. You can essentially play the whole hand out, so I'm curious what Mo's thought is going to be. Do you just lead sign in, see what your options are?
Yeah, leading with the Mord obviously gives it +1/+1 from the sign-in, but removes 1 additional mana that could be used to play a card that sign-in draws. Mo also may not even be going for sign-in here. Nope, he definitely is. Okay.
Just the widest board possible.
Yeah. Still has Notify up.
Swing.
I think we're still in the same boat. Oh wait, this is leveling up Ari, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks like it. There's still a mini morph available, but I don't know if this is
free.
I mean, this is box, which can't be notified.
Yeah, box isn't going to stop it though because of the sign-in pump. Is the 2 units on the end will die. We'll be able to block 2. Ari is still going to push enough.
Yeah, it's only 8 mana too, so it's not. Yeah, if it's 10, then you can box plus minimorph. But
ooh, we could box plus Cannon spell to kill the droplet, and I think that's enough.
Break the chain.
Yep.
Keeps you alive. But Notify will stop the cannon spell. So
yep.
There you go. I mean, yeah, it's kind of close for Mcanthor to try and stay alive this turn. The winning line still not being found at that point, even if you're staying alive, but pretty close to finding an opportunity. Not able to do it. And that pack your bags, just completely turning this game on its head.
Oh, yeah.
Giving Mo the edge to come back in, finds that win over Darkness. And it looks like it is Lee Sin, but it's just not Darkness for Mo on this side, so it's not going to be the full mirror.
Yeah, again, I mention it all the time. I played a lot of Darkness this season. It's basically the only deck I could climb with. I hit Master with it this season. I like Darkness into Ari Kennen better than other decks, but at the end of the day, it's still Ari Kennen, and it's still a very good player piloting the Ari Kennen. So I really don't like the odds of any deck into it. If I had to choose a deck to play against Ari Kennen, I'm going to pick Darkness, but it's definitely not a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, I mean, it was looking like a commanding lead for Mcanthor for the vast majority of the early game. Of course, it was a pretty quick pack on around 7, but now we're going to be jumping into game on the board with Mo. We've got Lee Sin against Darkness. Another matchup that we've seen Darkness have some success in.
Yeah, we've got the 3 mini morphs, and I'm now realizing there's actually a spell that's not in the deck that I didn't realize that is in, I think, a lot of not only Darkness decks, but just Shadow Isles decks in general. There are 0 Vengeance in Mcanthor's deck right now. Not a single one. You're going for the 3 mini morphs instead of any Vengeance. Very interesting build.
Yeah, I mean, ever since the buff, we've been seeing a ton of Vengeance running everywhere in the Shadow Isles deck, so deciding that they wanted the burst speed removal instead.
Mm-hmm.
Wounded White Flame for Mo. Already taking early control of the board. 5/5. The Faded will be able to be procced relatively easily by Mo. He does have a Lee Sin in hand as well to go alongside this Blade.
Did have a Lee
Sin in hand. He used to have a Lee Sin in hand.
Oh, and perfect timing.
He doesn't.
From Mcanthor. Right on 5, hits the Lee Sin. Absolutely massive here. Is now the Darkness deck can deal with just a big unit, right? Like, yes, it's going to be hard to kill the White Flame with damage, but these Darknesses are going to be getting bigger. Worst case scenario, you can use the Vagar spell to stun it. The secondary stun only stuns small units, but the primary target of the stun, it does not matter how big they are. Mo going for an Eye of the Dragon here, which not the most relevant against Darkness.
I mean, if this thing gets big enough anyway, you might be able to throw 1 mini morph at it, considering you already got rid of a Lee via Aloof Traveler. There's an additional mini morph that just got picked up too, so I think that would even lend further to if this White Flame gets too big, we just get rid of it with a mini morph.
Yep. So Mo going to pull the Veigar with the eye, the lowest value unit here. This will probably prompt a box here. I can't imagine you want your Veigar to. Oh no, you do have a second Veigar.
You have second, so you might be okay.
It's not the worst. Although the box is not a particularly relevant card in this matchup, so I don't mind throwing it out. Here, getting another spell. Yes, it's a low value spell, or it's a low cost spell at the very least into Indiscipline, but I think Mcanthor is still kind of ahead of this exchange.
All right, so second Veigar is still available. Mcanthor can just jam it now that the attack is down, but will lead with the darkness to try and get rid of the wounded White Flame.
Right. After the dust settles. Yeah. White Flame, aka the only threat in play, is gone. We have a new reset White Flame, but this new Veigar can chomp that one down right away, I believe. Or even just the Dark Bulb.
Probably considering, is it Veigar? Am I playing another aloof? Do I even care about the other aloof? Because if Lee Sin comes down, I have too many morphs.
Yeah, Mcanthor has a bevy of options here. And it's really going to be, how can Mcanthor sequence these in the most efficient way? Because this is a matchup that, yes, the Lee Sin can OTK you and kill you kind of out of nowhere, but for the most part, you just don't want to get too far behind in any of these scenarios. You don't want to get caught off guard, and you don't want to fall behind. And I think the Dark Bulb is a good start. Obviously, the Contralogist as well. Good non-committal plays. You don't want to fall too far behind in mana. And just keep the options open. Akato does not know the bevy meme. Oh no, what a noob. What a noob.
Flexing the vocabulary of like 2 words that Blevins uses every time.
The 2 words that I use every fight night.
Oh god. But darkness, I mean, that's gonna put Veigar very close to leveling. This is the second big cast. Actually, they should be leveled at this point.
Okay, Lee
found.
Mo probably has to just jam this, right?
Yep, and then it's a mini Lee.
Yeah. Which there really should be a specific art / skin for the mini morph. I'll even pay for it.
I think I've seen a tweet. Of a mini morph with his blindfold.
Ooh, I like that. But I do want it to be an official thing that's in the game.
I mean,
right.
Fair
so
enough.
If you could just get on that, that'd be great. Okay. Okay, going for a Robe Maker. I mean, Mcanthor can't have the read that Mo just top decked the Lee, right? I mean, there's no reason to think that it's there now versus, any other random draw, right?
Yeah, I mean, the question just ends up becoming like, do you want to spend this mana now? Do you want to play the Veigar, or do you want to play the aloof? And it is going to be leveled up Veigar, so...
Have you ever just had the soul read on someone where you just there's no real reason to think that they have it, or there's a very, very subtle hint or a very small tell, and you're just I know that they have it. I know they have it. I'm going to go ahead and play the aloof here because I know I've got the soul read on you that you have the Lee Sin. Of course, Mcanthor did not have the soul read here, and Mo is potentially going to make it out of this turn with a Lee Sin. Mcanthor does... Okay, go for darkness. And now, I believe... Ooh, actually going to save the White Flame here with a deny. This is interesting to me. putting value on this white flame over the Lee Sin. Draws another deny. That's nice.
I mean, you got to think about, like, how are we winning here?
There's the
well,
aloof.
we're not. So that's, I mean, there's
okay. I was also thinking that that was Mcanthor's attack token going into Mo's. So that also changes the sort of the calculus here. Mcanthor, I mean, the aloof is a great opener there anyway. So that everything I said was off because I was thinking it was a different turn cycle. But Mcanthor does get there. A very optimally timed aloof here is going to really put a stopper on what Mo can do. Though, we do have potentially some cheeky Wounded White Flame plus Will of Ionia plays.
I mean, that's literally the only way to try and, like, look for this at this point. But there's not quite enough there needed to...
No. And also Mini-Morph.
Well, right. I mean, Mini-Morph was always going to happen. But there's not even enough mana to put this 12 attack forward and then knock the blocker out of the way.
Yeah.
Pretty much was kind of the only, like, potential win condition out that Mo could look for, but really this game is just going to be done.
Yeah, when you have to open with the Hush on the Vygar just so that you don't die to them targeting you multiple times with darknesses, you're probably not in the best spot. And you definitely attack here. Pull the Vygar. Sure. Doesn't even threaten lethal. Unfortunately for Mo, this is going to be met with a Mini-Morph. This is looking pretty doomed for Mo at this point. You know, 2 out of 3 Lee Sins gone from the aloofs. Board gone. Mana advantage gone. I mean, still at 20 life, but that's irrelevant at this point.
He can save his mini T from a pokey stick. There we go.
True.
On the bright side.
That is a very dark bright side. Oh, just gonna use the bouncing bomb to kill it anyway. The bright side extinguished immediately. Open attack 2, 4, 6, 8, 11 plus a darkness. I have to imagine. Actually, darkness might not be at 9, but regardless, still quite strong. If Mo kills a unit, Mcanthor can play Rekindler, get back a Vygar, and get another darkness. I didn't see the hover for how much the darkness is at.
It's
oh no,
10.
it's a 10.
There
Okay. Okay. Can Mo Will of Ionia his Nexus out of the way?
Yeah, you got to put it back in hand.
Put it back in hand. But if the Nexus gets discarded, then you have to delete your account. That's the payoff, or the
I see.
That's the cost of bouncing your Nexus.
Right.
To somehow cast it back, and it costs however much life you had to cast back out. So
an interesting fact that you've given us here, Blev.
Interesting is a strong word.
Yeah. This is a very strong word.
Either way,
used by commentators.
1-1. 1-1 here in the winners finals. We're going to be seeing Lee Sin on the side of Mo versus the Ari Kennen. Go hard here for Mcanthor. Mcanthor did pick up, there it is, that darkness win with the check mark. We're opening up on turn 1 Zoe. I'm going to get a star chart.
Waits to play the Zoe until after Mornt has attacked, because if you play the Zoe, then the Mornt probably just won't swing, and it'll just try and stop your Zoe instead.
Yep.
So you wait for that to swing, recall itself, play the Zoe, guarantee yourself a star chart.
Yep.
give Mo some good value going forward in this game. But the elusive game plan does make it a little bit tough for Mo on these Eyes of the Dragon. Can still generate a lot of lifesteal, of course, but just not going to be able to block as effectively.
Yeah, and I wonder if Mo just blocks with Zoe here. Well, does not in this case. I think there's at least a possibility that he does. Okay, chat is pointing out that I think Mo may have misbanned here and saying that they'd rather see scouts than these two decks for of Mcanthor.
Yeah, I mean, Eyes of the Dragon can carry you against scouts. Of course, if they get to a misfortune level up, then you're not really in a great spot, but you're never in a great spot if that's kind of your situation. It does feel like it's a better matchup than Darkness or Arcana is.
Right. Maybe just thought that the Lee would get banned. That's also a possibility.
That's true.
Like your
White
opponent...
Flames Edition actually does change that mashup. That is a good point.
Like, if you assume that your opponent is not going to want to play against the Lee Sin, then you're not going to go in and be like, oh, well, I'm going to keep the good Lee Sin matchup in, right? Well, there's more layers to it than just, oh, ban this deck. Because you need to, you're not necessarily sure what your opponent's going to ban from you. Although I'm getting more and more people in like the top, 10 to 25 on ladder chiming in that maybe Mo misbanned, but I can at least see it potentially as, not deterministic, but I don't know.
But double White Flame on board. He's got Lee Sin, and there's the Zenith Blade. That's a huge pickup. The problem, of course, being that there's the double Nopify on the other side will kind of stop that in its tracks.
Okay. The Zenith here likely going to eat that Nopify. Didn't. Okay, that's...
Yeah, I mean, maybe just holding it for when it's being cast on Lee. Maybe Mcanthor just doesn't really care about the White Flame too much.
Yeah,
but there's two copies, I guess. So that's that's where
it kind of stops. I mean, if Zenith Blade just said draw a card on it instead of find another Zenith Blade, would you counter it there? I mean, maybe not, but it does say draw a card. It's just exactly what that card is every time. It feels like I wanted to Nopify that, especially with two Nopifies. But again, I trust Mcanthor's gut on this more than mine.
I mean, it's more likely a mana thing, I would guess, but with the plays that are happening from Mcanthor following it, there was plenty of mana to play with on the Nopifies.
And there's really not even... Okay, now we're seeing a Nopify, sure. You're saying, okay, you only get to Nopify 2 of these, right? So might as well just, I guess, Nopify the second 2, but now gonna get... it wouldn't even be punished, it would just eat another Nopify there.
Okay, go hard on to Zoe.
Oh, Zoe only 2 of 10.
Can keep her alive, but yeah, as you said, 2 of 10. I mean, that can go up relatively quickly.
Yeah.
So we do see just like, there's going to be 3 of 10. Next card played is going to be 4 of 10. And all these cards are unique in hand, so... We'll crank those numbers up. Sign in, though, going to come down.
Yep, sign in... Definitely
that
makes...
2/4 can't really come in, though. It's going to just get blocked down.
Sign in makes the attack a little cringe here. Equinox is not particularly relevant. Moonsilver is okay. Charger is a blocker. kind of, I guess.
Yeah, really just running out of cards here. Running out of ways to kind of deal with what Mcanthor is going to be doing. Double leveled cannon on board, so
Yeah.
just going to be spamming out those Mark of Lightnings, or Mark of the Storms.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it almost makes you not want to spend any resources saving this Zoe, because the Zoe is just dead on open attack to
Right.
marks.
Okay, and then, I mean, Lee Sin is available, but he can't be that close to leveling.
No, I mean, yeah, Zoe was the first card played, and was only at, what, 2 ticks? I think is at 4 now, so that's like 4 other cards played. And I don't know how many of them were spells.
Yeah, I mean, there's the 2 White Flames, and then there were 2 Zenith Blades. And then we got the Eye of the Dragon, so it's not really been a lot of spells.
No.
There is the double mark onto the White Flame.
Okay, we save 1 cannon. 1 will die, though. Still have 2 marks here. I imagine they're going to go on Zoe. Decent coming out, though. Yep. Zoe down. We have Lee at 4 of 8. Okay. Not, like, unreasonably bad. Kinku
Wayfinder
misses.
We've seen a couple Go Hearts played.
Yep.
But without the Lee even remotely close to the level up and only 8 HP to play with, it's going to start... I mean, I just don't know if Mo has enough gas here to get through. Will double deny. Pale Cascade to maybe draw into more.
Yeah, deny can certainly help. Pull... Okay, sign in. Pulling sign in just allows you to attack. I mean, Mcanthor can kind of just hit okay here and not even... Doesn't even matter. Just take 7. Okay, sure. This is not particularly progressing the board. But Mcanthor is going to declare a few blocks. All right. Get a faded proc as well as a card draw and another +1/+1. Make these trades
the damage
favorable.
on Lee too, and Lee is now only 2 away from the level up.
Fair.
Can go for Infernum to get the Overwhelm, also, which would get you, I mean, a lot of threat. We see Deny for the kick. Nopeify would stop the Infernum as well. And there's a Pack Your Bags, and no Deny. I mean, that just does it, right? There's no shot you come back from that one. Pack Your Bags.
No.
1 mana under the Deny.
Yeah, that's gonna be a no here. A no for Mo is going to push him down to the losers bracket here. I can't imagine a card that brings him back here. I mean, having to use a Will of Ionia on the Mourned, and you still die. Yeah, that's gonna be it. Mcanthor, winners finals taken down. Now moving in to the grand finals.
Yeah, Mcanthor having a great tournament so far.
Yeah.
2-1 over What Am I, 2-0 over Maddie24 Mayo, and then 2-1 over Mr. Emotional to move on to that grand final. Get that invite back to the next fight night.
Yep.
And so, after that, I mean, we've just got losers brackets to go to try and figure out who is going to take it. As, of course, we saw, and even we are seeing Mo now coming into chat, agreeing with the rest about the ban strategy, being a little bit off here. Probably needed to try and leave scouts up, look for it with Lee. He said he was trying to force the mirror, hoping that Lee would have been gone, but just not the way it worked out. Mcanthor ends up picking that up. Lee Sin definitely struggling in the AK and Darkness matchups. Looked really, really tough for Mo to try and find a victory there. Not able to do it, but might get another chance if they can win in the losers bracket final. And hey, if they get that chance, they fix up the ban strategy against Mcanthor, it might just look completely different. We might see the full run back. I believe it was even just last week. It was 4LW in the finals.
Versus Majin.
Yeah, 4LW had a big lineup diff over Majin, but still managed to lose in the winners final against Majin, just due to some unfortunate circumstances for 4LW and some nice luck and good play from Majin. But then he comes back to the grand finals after and just sweeps him completely out of the water because the lineup was so much better in that matchup. So, you know, we see a lot. We see this from time to time, and this is just an opportunity. It's a little bit different where it's just change the ban. It might completely change things around. Either way, we've got a couple more matches to play. Blev, we're going to be moving down to the losers semifinals. It's going to be Prodigy versus Icado. We'll have that in just a moment. We're going to go to a short break, but Fight Night Legends will return right after this. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends Seasonal Smackdown, presented by Wisdom. I'm Casanova, joined by TheBlevins. We just have a couple more matches to go, Blev. We are moving down to the lower bracket, where it will be Ikato versus Prodigy. TheBlevins, we got some aggro. We got... what's Ikato on? Okay, not so much aggro, but, you know, we got some aggro from Ikato. Not saying there's none. But, I mean, yeah, looking at Ikato, Ari Kennen, TF Fizz, BNZ, or sorry, TF Nami. I keep saying, I don't know why I keep saying TF Nami, BNZ, and Scouts.
I mean, you know why you keep saying it, because we lived through that era for so long.
Oh my, I'm scarred. I'm scarred. But going up against this burn lineup we saw from Prodigy earlier, I mean, what do you think of this, Blev?
Well, I think, let's see, what is Ikato? Nami, Twisted Fate, Ari Kennen. I think, you know, the deck, or the lineup from Prodigy certainly meant to counter some of these control lineups. It's all aggro. There is no avoiding double aggro. Take a look at Prodigy here. Put favored decks as Viego and mid-range stuff, but was not on that line for this event. But going into Ikato's lineup, Nami, Twisted Fate, I feel like we've seen do all right against aggro before, and then, you know, Scouts is Scouts. So I'm not actually 100% sure how I feel about this Prodigy lineup into what Ikato has brought. I feel like more so than some of the other control lineups we've seen, Ikato has at least a little bit of an edge here.
Yeah, I mean, Ikato, I think one of the big things with TF Nami is the ability to turbo TF still is a potential out against a lot of aggro decks, especially because we've seen those turn 4, turn 5 TFs getting to that level up. If you do that, you are just going to win against aggro by getting all those extra red cards and gold cards out. So if we get an opportunity for Ikato to get there, then that can be just a path to victory. But we've also seen that deck not be able to draw units, and that means no blockers, and that means you die to aggro. So there's a bit of a double-edged sword there. I'm not sure on the percentages, but I know at least those are kind of the ways that we'll see this play out. Scouts, of course, can do just fine in the aggro. It's Demacia. It's also an aggressive game plan. It doesn't have healing, but a lot of times it can take control of the board with things like Ranger's Resolve. Kind of improving a lot of the trading that it is doing, and then if you get a big Ranger's Resolve into a board advantage, you end up just kind of winning off that. Sharp Sight can give you the same kind of opportunities. So looking to see that matchup potentially into the aggro still being good. It might end up being the ban though for Prodigy,
that's what I was thinking.
Scouts, leave up AK, and then take on TF Nami. But
I think
it's always hard to guess the bans nowadays, at least for me. These AK metas, because it feels like AK can always be the ban, but also some players
it doesn't feel awful for it to be the ban at the very least.
It a lot, so
I just, to me, it feels like, you know, one of these things is not like the other in Scouts versus the other deck. So I feel like if you're bringing a deck that is all three of basically the same deck, right? They're obviously different flavors, different decks, but they're doing the same thing, right? It's the same aggro deck 3 times. You want to probably be playing against a certain thing, not like hedged against a bunch of different things. So it's like, okay, well, I'll play against the same thing twice, or I'll play against it once and then something different once. I
kind of think that AK is like one of the targets of this, right? Of the triple burn.
Like exactly.
I talk about this a lot on the Mastering Runeterra tournament, and also last week's Fight Night of just like, what does an AK target lineup look like? And really, Spiders is the big one that we talk about because of the Fearsomes. Fearsome is a keyword that is insanely good against Ari Kennen. There are a fair bit of Fearsomes in this Scion list that is being run. You've got the Lost Souls that now, you know, the Twin Blade Revenant now is Fearsome instead of Challenger, so that does make it better in this circumstance. You've got the Risen Riders, I think is the normal form of it. I don't remember what the level 2 form of it is, but
I think Risen Riders
it might be the same name actually.
No, it's definitely something else. I think.
Oh no, it is no. Risen Rider is the level 2. It's Fallen
Risen Rider. Yes, Risen Rider is the level 2. Yep.
But yeah, that's the other card that you're kind of looking at in that matchup specifically to try and break through, because you got that fearsome keyword. I don't know. We saw Finny win with kind of Pirates kind of flavor of this lineup in Mastering Runeterra, but they were also just running AK. It's just as part of it, they had aggro deck, AK. trying to go ahead and win
works.
that way. So Prodigy, I imagine, is still just going to target AK. I think that will be left up, and out of the two remaining decks, right, Scouts or TF Nami. I mean, I have to imagine you'd rather play against TF Nami.
Yeah, I think again, like, unless you think that the Scouts matchup is particularly good for a different reason, I just want to ban the thing that's different, so that you've got, like, you built this lineup for a reason. It's theoretically to target Ari Kennen, so let's play another deck that is similar, if not worse than Ari Kennen into my lineup. But as we see that, Ikato gets to queue up Scouts right away, so I guess we were a little off on the thought process there.
No, I mean, maybe I just don't know the TF Nami tables as well as I was maybe thinking, right? So like,
might just be an actively good matchup potentially.
So maybe banning that away, because I feel like, yeah, it almost feels like an AK ban would be weird when running this kind of lineup that feels like it is like, hey, I can probably beat. Well, actually, it's not running spiders. That's. Oh no, it is. Okay,
Prodigy's
yeah, it is running spiders. Yeah. Okay,
Prodigy
yeah. Okay,
has
yeah.
spiders,
So it is an AK. Yeah, AK is definitely. There's no way that AK is the ban, right? Maybe.
According to our
yeah, according to my screen,
the graphic,
right now, AK was the ban.
we banned Ari Kennen, which yeah, I guess this makes a little bit less sense to me in terms of like what you're going into a tournament for. In this particular matchup, it can make sense. But I guess your goal in this is just, I'm going to ban Ari Kennen, and then whatever else they brought, I'm just going to take. It's almost like playing ladder, which isn't a bad thing, right? If you're like, okay, I'm going to play ladder and I'm just going to bring an aggro deck, this is about as close to that experience as you can get, I think.
I'm really confused. I'm really lost.
I mean, I got nothing. That's all I got is like, okay, so maybe the thought, and Mo is actually in chat saying that Prodigy did not ban his Ari Kennen.
Yeah, we
watched that. So it's possible that specifically Twisted Fate Nami changes the game plan for this, where it's like that is specifically.
Yeah.
Okay, the graphic on screen is confirmed.
Yeah, it's 100% correct, right? So like this is real. This is definitely what it is. And I mean,
no, this. Yeah, no,
I you know what it has to be, Blev, is I just don't I must just not know the like burn matchup into this TF Nami deck as well as I maybe should, or like, but Scouts also feels like a weird one for me too.
Yeah,
I'm definitely, yeah, I'm a little confused by it, but we'll see if it pays off for Prodigy. Right now, I mean, this is a great start for Ikato. He's got Quinn online. He's got double Valor. Gonna be able to help control the board. I mean, that Flame Chompers is just gonna be forfeit.
Yeah. Generally speaking, and we've seen this, I guess it was more so with like Bannerman, more so than Scouts. Rest in peace, our good friend Bannerman. But those decks were into other aggro decks were bad at the beginning of the game, because if the like, you know, the champless burn decks got a very aggressive start, they could go underneath the Bannerman decks. Then as the mid game progressed, it got more and more in favor of these Demacia decks, because pound for pound their units are just better. And I think that this is going to play out similarly, though Scion does sort of throw a wrench into that, as well as the card whose name I forget, but I'm looking up in real time indefinitely, Lost Soul, because that's sort of an infinite value engine where, you know, even if the Demacia units are better card for card, well, Lost Soul doesn't really count as a card, so you can kind of go long with this deck against the Demacia deck and still be okay.
All right, but Prodigy very ahead on cards right now against Ikato. On the Scouts, gonna be able to outvalue with the Scion list at the very least.
We don't see Riposte as much as we once did.
No, not at all.
When I think of Riposte, I think of Oh God, I think of I'm forgetting the player's name. Team Liquid. You played against them in an amazing game in the finals of a tournament. Hyped.
Hyped?
Of Hyped. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but
that was a long time ago.
Oh, it was a very, very long time ago.
I mean, you said I was playing. That's crazy.
Right. Exactly. I remember that was one of the. That was a great finals of an event that I don't remember what one it was.
It was the semifinals. I actually lost I lost a show in that final.
Wow. Yeah, this is a long time ago. But it was a great match. If that footage still exists, I suggest going back and looking for it, but I doubt it does.
I don't think it does. Don't think it does.
Either way, this is...
You know what's funny?
What's that?
In that matchup, I played against Hype's Iceborne Spiders, which is now topical and relevant and coming back.
True.
But, yeah.
I do remember that.
But it was a slow speed spell.
Right.
And you just kind of walled it out the entire game by holding on to 2 mana for single combat. But that's neither here nor there. We're playing Scouts against Scion, Draven, and still, yeah, I mean, Prodigy, just so many more resources. This is just as... Eventually, you kind of continue to deal with this board of Aikido, and you will just win because you have way more resources. Genevieve's a great pull, right? Like, it's a good top deck for Aikido, but how are you beating Scion? How are you beating this overwhelming font of resources that are going to continue to come out? You know, we still have the survival skills available for Prodigy as well.
Yeah. Survival skills. Ooh. Yeah, none of this looks good for Aikido. That, like, last turn potentially could have been huge, and actually the Sentry puts a stop to Quinn leveling up there, which could have actually been quite relevant. But as it stands, Scion plus Twin Blade Revenant / Lost Soul, keeping the cards a-flowing. Draven also getting value. You know, we've got multiple axes. We have the flame chompers. We've got the survival skills. It is not looking great for Aikido.
Considering going down to 5 to leave Scion at full HP.
Sure. That is certainly a way to deal with it. I mean, the problem, like, this could be really good if Aikido had, like, a good follow-up next turn. But they don't. I mean, probably the best case scenario here is if this is not great, because Riposte is going to get counter. Like, there's a face-up answer to this Riposte.
With double axes.
Yeah, with double axes.
The same answer deals with the sharp side as well.
Mm-hmm. So Aikido just basically has to say, all right, well, discard 2 cards. Discard 2 cards, Mr. Discard Deck.
Yeah, and it kind of feels like you do kill the Quinn here, right? Like, even if you lose all your resources, you are putting a Lost Soul back in your hand. You've got a way to activate it. You're still going to be very ahead, and you've gotten rid of their almost leveled Quinn, leaving just a Genevieve against your Scion, against your Flame Chompers, against your Arachnoid Sentry. Like, you're very ahead.
Yeah, I mean, you're also, I think without the Quinn in play, there's just no threat whatsoever here.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Is just like, you kill the Quinn, you can't really lose, so it doesn't really matter to just dump the hand. I mean, you even level Raven, so that's kind of crazy. You have that advantage there.
Mo brings up an interesting point that if you just let Quinn attack and pull the Scion, it just gives you a rally for free.
I mean, true.
Like, you can't actually change that either, which is kind of funny. Let's eat a Flame Chompers for free. Also chip a little bit of damage. Sure. You need a Zonite Urchin for free. Sure. Open attack still feels massively lethal.
Yeah, very much so.
I think is the correct term for how lethal it is.
Pretty lethal.
Yeah, that lethal. There we go. Okay.
Pretty lethal, actually.
pretty lethal is there, and Ikedo sees it, surrenders, says, you know what, let's just go to the next one. It's gonna be Ikedo going down one with the Scouts deck. So hey, maybe this ban AK makes sense.
Yeah,
it looked pretty commanding there.
Yeah, maybe Scouts is just a better matchup for these burn decks. Scouts has always been a winnable matchup for burn, even dating back to Rising Tides when it first came in. Burn was still a fairly even matchup with Scouts. So it's just a matter of kind of if Scouts hit their game plan too fast, then yeah, you died. But if you can kind of stabilize for a bit, you'd eventually win the long game. And of course, Scion Draven Burn has so much value that they should actually have a very solid matchup there. So considering the Scion, which I think, like, I saw some people talking about it in chat too. It is interesting about this lineup because you look at the spiders and you think, okay, well, this wants to be good into AK, right? But then you look at Scion and that deck is not so good against AK, right?
No.
And so where is the identity of this? And I actually saw Cup Is Mine mention that it's a target Pantheon lineup, and I would argue that that's bad. Targeting Pantheon, I don't like that personally. I just don't think it's a popular enough archetype for you to be targeting it.
Yeah,
at least if that's like your specific target, right?
Right.
Like if you just like you are beating that and not beating a lot of the other lineups, I think you can't do that. So it is a very interesting lineup to me. Prodigy has taken it all the way to our top 4, right? So it's working pretty well. We saw some great matches from them. It's just I'm very curious about this lineup anyway.
Yeah, I'm not sure because it feels. I don't necessarily disagree heavily with targeting Pantheon. Obviously, it did not pan out at all in this field. I don't think a single
there's
lineup
0, right?
Pantheon. A quick look.
Yeah, there's 0.
There's actual 0 Pantheon. But like, I don't know. We don't have the the spread from the seasonal, but it was at least a relatively popular consideration in some lineups, going into the seasonal open round. So I don't hate it. I think, obviously into this field, it did not pan out, but there's a world where it does, I think. Maybe not into these players, but it's possible. Into perhaps a more open field, I think that you can expect to see more. It's also possible that this is just the lineup that Prodigy brought to the seasonal and just wanted to run it back, didn't put a ton of thought into this specific event. That's also possible. Yeah, well, I mean, it is interesting, right? Because we mentioned Pantheon lineup, and then one of the most popular lineups in Mastering Runeterra was the AK Lee Sin Pantheon, right? That was like a very common thing that we would see. And the way that Finny beat it was by playing Spiders, Pirates, and his own AK, because it just had a good matchup spread in general against the 3 of those decks. And I can't remember exactly what his ban was in those matchups. It might have been AK when he ran into exactly those 3 decks. And then he left AK open in some matchups as well, because he could beat it with his lineup and he felt good in the mirror. But it is just, it's cool to kind of see the different variations. Look, I mean, Spiders are just beating the hell out of Scouts right now. Down to 9 HP. Ikedo does have more defenses back up. It's just a matter of can Prodigy continue to hit and find the rest of this 9 damage before Ikedo taking over the board, which they currently are, ends up being too much to actually deal with. In Stalking Shadows, seeing this hit is going to be important. If it's Doom Beast, we're already at 1 Doom Beast in hand, 2 more. That's 6 damage. We'd only need to find 3 more damage on top of that. Frenzied Skitter is another terrifying pickup from that, because that's going to be able to make those fearsomes go over. A lot of Ikedo's blockers are 2 or 3 power. 3 power is great. You can block the fearsomes. Skitter changes that math. Skitter is very scary to units. It's like it has fearsome and then also makes them even more scared. Yeah, but this for Demacia, it's huge. This might completely
change this outcome. It might not matter too much about the skitters because of that.
Yeah, the skitter is not great if there's no board left over, right? And it stands. There's at the minimum there's going to be 3 units killed here, with the Valor taking out 2 and the other challenger taking out another. Quinn's going to get chumped here.
Do you have to play a skitter here to not die? This is a lot of damage.
Probably. Probably, if I had to guess. Also, first action, Aikedo can rally and level up Quinn next turn. So, he's got that going for him, too.
Okay, so you block with Sabo. Yeah, you're alive. You have to block.
Mm-hmm.
You have to block down. Then you can play Pet. You lead with Skitter into Aikedo's rally. And then if you follow an additional... Yeah, so I think Aikedo actually has this with the rally.
Yeah. Even... Okay, it doesn't have the mana for 2 rallies, but...
There's a Fervor. So that might change things, actually. Because now there's no blockers. The Riposte. The Riposte has it. This was so close. This was so close, actually. Incredibly close.
Riposte,
because if not for the Riposte, I mean, you just lose to these spiders swinging in.
Or the second... You can play the 3/2 here and be okay. Although then the other... Wait, are you still dead? Skitterer comes down. You take... Wait. No. Yeah, the Riposte.
Okay, so if he plays Rally...
He loses.
Then you can't Riposte.
If you... actually, Rally doesn't lose. Because you just
it does.
kill the... You rally, and then they attack here. Oh, yeah, and then
you die, and then you die to Fervor.
Oh,
yeah, so if he rallies, he just loses.
Also...
That's so interesting. This is such a cool spot, because we, like, on our view, right, we know that the Riposte is, like, able to save you, but now second Skitter...
Okay, so this should be fine, then, for Aikedo here, because you have Bright Steel and Riposte to block.
And Riposte.
Wait,
but now you're dead to.
No, you have to.
Oh
block
no, you're not, because one's ephemeral.
You block both 4s.
Yeah, you block both 4s.
Yeah, and you go to 4.
And one's ephemeral anyway.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Oh my God, it's one off. Wow, that's crazy. He navigated that the only way to win. Actually, that's really well done by Aikedo. What a good line there. What a good
player. Turns out Aikedo. Pretty good player at Legends of Runeterra.
Yeah, I mean that was so easy for Aikedo to lose in that spot. It was actually so easy to make a mistake there.
Yeah.
And he ends up playing it exactly as he needs to, finds the victory. Really well done. Really well done.
Yeah, because if the protector comes out before the skitterer, then you lose. If you play the rally, you lose. Although, yeah. If you play the rally, then they just attack. They don't play the second skitter, and then, yeah. Wow. Pretty good. Turns out this Aikedo person, this Aikedo player, pretty good. Pretty good. Turns out,
kind of okay at Legends of Runeterra. A little bit all right. A little bit decent.
Yep. But we are going to go into game 3 here. Now going to be that TF Nami versus the Spiders. And as the Spiders player, you do wish that this was maybe attack token on 1, but you do get to go 1-drop into 2 more 1-drops.
Yeah.
Which is always always feels great.
That TF is massive to pick that up.
Yeah, but that's a couple turns out here. A lot of damage is going to be dealt already.
Oh no, you're already getting smacked. You're already getting smacked in the face. Taking 6 on turn 2.
Yeah.
Board's still in Prodigy's favor. If they find another 1-drop and they get to go 2-1 on 3 into open attack on 4, that's going to be pretty scary.
Yeah. And the draw is... Okay,
Doom Beast. So not going to be as scary. Still not phenomenal.
Certainly not scary.
Yeah, I mean, you can just jam Arachnoid, or the spider. You jam the spider.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I mean, it pushes 5 from fearsomes. You can block the saboteur, but it's still going to be additional damage. There you go. Being able to use innovative improvement, iterative improvement.
Yep.
There we go. Got there. Words are really difficult. I speak for a living. That's going to stop a lot of this aggression.
That is true.
Right away, and then the TF might be able to help get you through a couple more turns.
Yeah, open attack is not that scary. Developing anything with 1 HP. I mean, you have to know that Twisted Fate is an option at least, right? Or a possibility. That's, it's right there on the deck, not to mention the fact that all the players have open deck lists, but...
Yep. Go, though. It's just going to be a Grenadier. That's a red card.
Yep.
You can play a House Spider, but it's not a very scary board.
No. It is not. And now, Akedo at 11, but the hand for Prodigy is no... Well, okay, with an Elise, that's fine, but we see 2 pick-a cards. One of them is a backup TF, or I guess another TF. We've got Shelly, who... probably not going to go for Shelly, but maybe. I'm actually going to discard Shelly.
Yeah, and maybe trying to make their way towards actually being able to play a Burble as well. These pick-a cards are going to be reasonably good. You want to try and refill this hand. You need a lot of value. I mean, if you can actually get the TF to level, that's even more insane. You do have 2 pick-a cards to go for.
Yeah, we're drawing 5 this turn. TF's already seen 1. Oh, let's refill the hand. Stress testing is a great
There's a
reset.
rummage. Yeah, you see him popping off immediately. It's the rummage getting found.
Yeah,
with a stress testing. That's it. I mean, that's level.
That's
the leveled TF.
And we're gonna have a burble.
Yeah,
a free burble. Yep.
Like, all you wanted to see, I mean, if you saw a rummage, you're pretty happy because you're probably gonna find that 1 extra card draw. But seeing rummage and stress testing immediately, that's that's the level. That's all you needed.
Yep. Mo currently in shambles in chat right now.
Yeah, I saw him say he doesn't want to play.
Said he did not want to play Akedo. Oh, and there's a Flash of Brilliance as well. Sure. Why not?
Throwing away the Poros.
Oh, how about another one? And
the level up. Now you just play those Flash of Brilliances so you get your blue card into your red card.
Just the look of pure joy on Akedo's face is just it makes it all worth it. I mean,
just nasty.
Not for Prodigy. Prodigy also in shambles right now, but that's a happy Legends of Runeterra player right there.
Yep, you just set up your blocks, easy enough. The red card's gonna deal with. Are you?
Red. The Elise is not gonna die here, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could take 2. You can take.
Oh, you have Mystic Shot. Yeah, no, you can probably just stand the Mystic Shot.
You don't have to take damage here. You can.
Yeah. Going to 7 is against 1 card in hand is not the end of the world.
Yeah. Like, if he wants to, he doesn't have to take damage.
Right. It's I guess a free block.
Yeah. Okay. So he's gonna take the 2.
Difference between 7 and 9 is not massive, I don't think.
Probably plays the Flash that is being stress tested to just kill off the Elise, and then.
Yep. Okay, another Mystic. All right, let's get... Yeah, and now Prodigy is really just wanting to draw, like, Decimates and other spells to deal damage. Anything that is just units, basically just useless at this point, and Prodigy even sending out the GG. I mean, a full hand, a level up Twisted Fate, a full board. Ikeda's going to take this down and is going to move on to the next round here. Fight Night Seasonal Smackdown.
Yeah, Gato going to meet Mo in that loser's bracket final. Just going to, you know, gave Mo some advice on what to ban earlier in the chat now, and now he's got to take Mo on. Probably, we'll see if Mo asks him in lobby chat, like, hey, Gato, what am I supposed to ban here? What am I banning against you?
Yeah, what do I ban? What's the ban here?
Yeah, let me know. What's the ban? What's the ban here?
Yeah, Mo gonna put on a Groucho Marx mustache and glasses and say, no, I'm Mr. Ishmotional. No, I'm not Mo. I just want to know what to ban against Mo.
What would you ban in this
ban.
hypothetical lineup matchup, right? If like, say like somebody was playing Ari Kennen, TF Nami, and Scouts, and like the other person was playing Darkness, Lee Zoe, and Ari Kennen, like, what would you ban from the Darkness, Lee Zoe, Ari Kennen side? Like, what would your ban be, right?
Just wondering.
Yeah.
I'm asking for a friend.
Curious.
That's not Mo. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm asking for a friend that's not Mo. Yep. And also I'm not Mo.
Just trying to figure it out. But of course, we see Scouts able to find that win against Spiders taking the hit here in this matchup, falling 0-2 against Kato. But it was the Scion able to find the win against the Scouts.
Do you think that Kato brought a Spiders target lineup where he's trying to 2-0 Spiders? No. Well, Casa, though, you did mention Mo maybe trying to figure out the ban, but if you're trying to figure out why you're in chat and you can't type and all you're seeing is emote only mode, head over to the correct channel, the old channel, Giant Slayer LOR. That's the old one. We're over at GiantSlayerTV on Twitch. That's where the conversation's happening. That is the chat that we keep referencing that you're not a part of if you're not in the right channel. That's
true. Make sure you go to the right channel. Getting everything consolidated, getting so we can do a lot more cool things. We can get you know, even more emotes and things with partner and exciting stuff by consolidating all our channels here. So try and do your part. Come in here, jump into Giant Slayer TV, chat it up, hang out, have fun, hit the follow button for sure, because a lot of cool stuff. Also, if you like TFT, Wild Rift, all kinds of Riot games, we do everything here. It's exciting, a lot of fun. There's more Riot projects as well, right? With the Project L and stuff they're talking about. Maybe that's going to be here in the future. Who knows?
As someone who has the influence, it's definitely going to happen.
Okay, well,
in some way.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm confirming it right now.
I don't think he can't. He has no power to do that. But you know, it's probably going to happen here.
Don't I, though?
Well, anyway, we're going to break. When we come back,
Chad, I got you, Chad.
We've got the losers bracket final between Mr. Emotional and Ikato, so don't go anywhere. Fight Night Legends Seasonal Smackdown continues after this. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends Seasonal Smackdown, presented by Wisdom. I'm Casanova, joined by TheBlevins, and we just have 2 matches left, Blev. We're moving on to the losers bracket final to determine who will be our second invite back to next week and who will be competing in that $50 money match at the end of the day against Mcanthor. It is Mr. Emotional going up against Ikedo. Blev, this is a matchup. I mean, we saw Mo in chat. He didn't want this one. Can you break this down a little bit for me?
Yeah, we've got Mo here. We've got Darkness, Lee Sin, and the Ari Kennen Go Hard. On the side of Ikedo, we have AK Go Hard. We've got the Nami Twisted Fate, and then we've got the Scouts deck. Yeah, I feel like, you know, we saw a lot of the chat saying you can pretty much always just ban Ari Kennen. Just ban Ari Kennen and go from there. We saw Mo not ban Ari Kennen and get 2-0'd and have his Lee Sin end up getting 2-0'd. I think maybe he's learned that lesson this time. So I'm imagining we're going to be seeing Lee Sin, Darkness versus Nami TF and I don't know. It's really tough for me to put my finger on this Nami Twisted Fate deck because it is so explosive that, like, it can kind of just win and, like, set up these really huge explosive turns and just beat anything.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw it, right? We just saw it in that last game.
Yeah.
Finding that Twisted Fate level up out of thin air off of those 2 pick-a cards into finding Rummage plus Stress Testing, gets the level up, wipes up the board, takes the victory, and we've seen it do that before, right? This isn't the first time we've seen this deck on Fight Night. It's not the first time we've seen it pop off like that. It's one of the things that it just does, right? And you know, funny enough, and I was about to bring this up, but as you can't mention it in chat, but you notice seasonal finish for Ikedo, that's gonna say second place in seasonal finish for Mr. Emotional. It says winner, right? Well, that was the matchup in the Rise of the Underworld seasonal, where Mo on his triple aggro lineup was able to finish that series in under 15 minutes against Ikedo. Nothing that he could do against that matchup.
Yeah.
But this is a very different Mo, right? This is no aggro. This is running these control decks, these decks that he said he really hasn't played much. He didn't have a lot of experience on. That's why, you know, had to be asking some ban advice after that series that he lost, trying to figure out what to do. So
yeah.
I think for Ikedo, he's probably feeling a little bit more confident going up against this version of Mo, this Mo that's practicing some new things and trying stuff out. And I mean, this version of Mo that's trying things out is in the top 3 of Fight Night this week, trying to make it into that final. So we'll see if Ikedo on decks that they are very comfortable with can take out Mo on some decks that Mo is less comfortable with and a little bit worried about the matchup in general.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll have to see. We did see Mo say he didn't necessarily want to play against Ikedo coming into this matchup, but I mean, Mo's not running bad decks, right? I mean, it's likely going to be Darkness plus Lee Sin, 2 very good tournament decks for sure. The 2, you know, relatively targetable tournament decks. I don't know that this lineup is necessarily a hard target for Ikedo, as we did see in chat a lot of people saying that now Lee Sin actually can beat Scouts. You know, maybe not necessarily easily, but has much more of a game with the Wounded White Flame, of course, on top of the Eye of the Dragon. And, you know, could be a much better lineup here. Does look like, at least at the start, no Ari Kennens to be seen yet, but we'll get the bans in a minute here. Uh-oh.
No. That can't be right.
Did Mo do it again?
No, there's no way. I refuse to believe it.
Did he do it again?
He came in a chat and he said, why did I ban this?
Fool me once.
Terrible
shame
deck.
on you.
No.
Fool me once, shame on yo. Fool me twice, call me Mo. Is that what we're saying here?
No, I'm not gonna believe this until Sleeky gets in my ear and he tells me that this is correct. I'm not gonna believe it.
We're confirming.
No, I don't agree, Mo. I don't agree.
All right, chat. If this is true, we got to get the fool me once. Shame on yo.
Our TD right now is going and finding out for me. He's finding out because I don't believe
My
for a second.
name is Mo.
Not
the
for a
ultimate
second.
troll from Mo. This is just Mo setting up a winner's interview where he gets to tell us that we were all wrong, even though he made the objectively incorrect choice again. It's the true BM. But we'll see. Slaykato has the leveled up Nami already with the flash. Has even a get excited that can be used here. He's gonna just fire it off.
Look, Blev, I trust my production team, but I just can't believe this, right? Like, look.
Can you really be that surprised?
Not after him coming into chat and saying the things he was saying in chat. Yes, I'm very surprised.
You know, I would say it's an elaborate bait, but the elaborate bait implies that there's something to be gained from doing this. And I don't think that there is.
I mean, what is like the Darkness AK matchup like that good for Mo? Is he just so stoked on that one?
It's definitely not.
Well, right, I know, but like, okay, but either way, right? Mo's got a decent setup here, with the double wounded white flame, but Ikeda was able to buff up this portal quite a bit. It is going to be able to trade away there, and he's still got some units to back up. Now, of course, the Nami is going to go down. One white flame's going to stay alive. Ikeda does have the backup of Shelly and can go wide again with the Burble and Poro and try and buff up and get another very threatening elusive board going. So I think Ikedo's in a pretty good spot. If Mo can hit his Lee Sin pretty soon, it might be able to be turned around. But as of now, not having that, I think Ikeda just going to try and get these elusives online.
Yep.
Try and go wide, get some spells going for the Shelly, and should be able to start to run this over.
Okay.
I knew it.
All right.
I knew it.
We got jebaited, everybody. Okay, Mo did learn.
Thank you, production, for tracking that down.
Honestly, that was more fun that we had that.
It was. Oh, for sure. But I knew there was no way. I just could not believe it. Refused.
Just like I couldn't believe that Ikeda almost mystic shotted his own burble there.
Wrong 2-mana spell.
Yeah, that would have been a whoopsie. Yeah, this is like the Wounded White Flame is never racing this. Okay, Conch Palm. That is a low value Conch Palm. And there's really not a ton of value. Oh, another purple is brutal too. There's not a ton of value in Ikeda doing anything with this against this board. Just say, unless you are pushing actual 18 plus, I hit skip block or maybe block with this 2/3 that is going to be blocked anyway. Just gain 3 and go wide with elusives and pretty easily push lethal here.
Yeah, I mean, Ikeda has just a phenomenal board set up, and Mo not going to have any way to deal with that. Just pushing 11, big dragon coming through, not really enough.
Yep.
You can go ahead and block with the only ground-based unit because it just all it's doing is mucking up your board.
Yep. Just make it a healing pot. It's fine. Oh, there's another burble.
Another burble. It's gonna get the Shelly rolling even further as well because you can play the burble, then the mushroom or any of the other spells.
Bloodbait.
Bloodbait. Are we lurking? Yeah, there you go. That makes more sense.
We're sending it back the way it came. Into the Shadow Realm it goes. Let's see. This is another burble if we wanted to. 2 mystic shots. Yeah. Super lethal. Yeah.
But realistically, right, when we look at this, Mo wants to beat Scouts twice, right? Like, that's what we expected when we come into this matchup is like, okay, we're beating Scouts twice. Lee... it's actually a great learning day today for me with it makes so much sense that the Wounded White Flame flips this matchup.
Yeah.
I actually haven't cast this specific matchup. I have not cast Lee Zoe versus Scouts since pre-White Flame even like existing.
Right.
And it used to be pretty bad for Lee in general. It was winnable, but it was not fun. It was not a fun matchup for Lee.
Yeah.
And now it does make so much sense that White Flame can flip that matchup because you already have, you know, you have the Eyes of the Dragon, which are helpful, but then you add the White Flame on top of that, and it just eats up so many of those units and just becomes such a massive threat.
Yep.
That Scouts has such a rough time dealing with it. But we're going to get into this game number 2. Zoe responding the Fleet Feather Tracker. We'll be able to go in and pick up that
Ooh, the
star chart or not. I guess not. Sharp sight off the top.
Up the top. Not the worst for Mo. I mean, you'd rather that
trade your
not
Zoe
happen.
for a sharp sight. Yeah.
Yeah.
The John Travolta ribbon.
Yeah. No units. We're gonna get.
Yeah, the hand last game would have been great for this one for Mo.
True. Okay, we had misfortune on 3, but that's not the most relevant right now. Oh no, we're gonna have a.
Oh, the riposte. It's gonna be. It's a disaster.
Yeah.
It's a disaster.
Yeah, this is going to be a disaster.
All right, just go next.
There is no
hush,
next.
Hush. Oh, there's a hush. There's a hush. There's a hush in hand.
Okay, we have a hush. Okay.
Okay, never mind. Everything's okay. Nobody panic. Everything's okay.
It's a disaster, but not for me. I mean, it's still not great for Mo right now. It's just not over instantly as it looked like it might be.
Yeah. Now we go into Navigator, which is going to be, Mo not having a white flame to just completely stop this in the tracks is rough, right? Because now you're taking the full scout attack. Yeah, it's only 3. You probably just have to take the additional damage. Oh, there is a guess from beyond. So we are going to get an Eye of the Dragon out and going to start getting those dragonlings going. And because Mo was able to deal with the misfortune, these boards are not nearly as terrifying.
Yeah. Eye of the Dragon makes a big difference here for sure.
Yes, you can Zenith this Eye of the Dragon. You can play Zoe.
Yep. Okay, the challenge is quite good as well. We can chip away, gain even more life here. Mo, considering using the Zenith first.
Yeah, if he Zeniths, he's not going to Sonic Wave Resonating Strike, I don't think, right?
Probably not, but still could. I mean, has enough mana for it.
I guess so, right? It feels like you're generally wanting to save resources, make sure you're being really efficient with 2 spell casts a turn. But I guess because Zenith replaces itself, it's not really as big of a deal.
Zenith replaces itself, and you have the Deep Med and Guiding Touch, so I'm less worried about not hitting my Dragonling for, I guess 2 turns from now. It's, I think, a foregone conclusion. And you're going to want to play at least one other spell this turn, I think. If you're not playing the Sonic Wave, you're kind of
kind of just wasting the card almost.
Yeah, wasting the Dragonling at least. Like, you're effectively not getting the 2 life here. Mo is going to trade 2 life for an additional spell mana this turn. Could have cast the Resonating Strike to gain a little bit extra life.
This is going to be a big Jenny. Could go for a Graviton potentially to answer this Jenny when it comes down.
That's true.
Equinox going to be the find immediately, though, from that super cool star chart.
Okay. Good one. Yeah, Jenny. Equinox feels pretty good, but this is still like Zoe is dying here. You're just going to Equinox the Jenny, sure.
Okay, I mean, there's still 5 damage of scouts coming through. See the Deep Med come out. Mo finds a Sonic Wave and a Deny. Deny actually not bad because we know there's a rally. I mean, I guess it's also just not bad because you know there is a Fort Demacia on the other side as well.
True. This block is obviously soft to sharp sight, but I think Mo's kind of conceding that at this point. Oh, figuring out, or sorry, Akedo figuring out the best ordering for attackers here. Going to look to kill the Eye, not the Zoe.
Yeah, and by putting the Zenith on the Zoe originally, it does mean that the Eye will die to this. The Eye would have been savable by Guiding Touch.
Mm-hmm.
It almost feels like Eye is a more valuable unit than Zoe, but maybe I'm off on that. Because this Zoe's about to level, so I guess there's consideration there, right?
Yeah, there's also the second Eye that can come out here, and will likely need to come out here just to not die. Oh, there's White Flame.
White Flame off the top is
Or Aegis.
impactful, but
Double Aegis is gonna be tough here.
yeah, because you have to spend the mana to stop the rally, which means you're not spending the mana to develop and not like and actually like heal back up. I think that's just gonna do it, right? I mean, you can gifts, but you can't defend against the rally.
And this is not even
Akedo.
progressing, Zoe. There's Zoe.
Yeah, just gonna 2-0.
And Mo really should have banned scouts here. Yeah, the double rally gonna be a bit too much here for Mo. Akedo is just gonna win, right, on this. Yeah, can get a glitch where you get like 5 moon silvers. Okay, Zoe's leveled, but I'm pretty sure that attack here is just lethal, and if not, open attack is certainly lethal, right?
Certainly feels that way, doesn't it? Yeah.
Full block.
Yeah.
It's 5. Yeah.
Very dead.
Yep.
Very dead.
Well, Mo called it. Did not want to play Akedo, and for good reason. Akedo taking it down and moving into the grand finals from the loser side.
And Mo continuing his storied streak of not winning tournaments that I cast. And it's not changing today. Got close, you know, he made it all the way to winner's final. I thought this might be the day, finally, but does not happen. Akedo does take Mo down here in the losers bracket final, and Akedo will be advancing to take on Mcanthor, try and become our Fight Night champion. But yeah, just a quick 2-0 over Lee Sin. Mo just not able to get things cooking. If he could have swapped hands from game 1 and game 2, I think he would have been really happy with that. But that's just not the case. It's not how the cookie crumbles, and no wounded White Flames able to flip that matchup how you would have wanted it to.
Yeah, I think certainly there are parts of Mo's deck that could have been drawn there, and it could have been a real game. I mean, it was right on the precipice of actually like flipping, right? Like the Zoe was literally leveled the turn that Mo died. If there was even a single extra turn, really could have made a huge difference there. But obviously, as it stands, Akedo able to pull that one out.
Yeah, able to hold out. Now Akedo will get that invite back to the next fight night, as well as now going to be moving on to that $50 money match. Speaking of that, we will be having the grand final between Akedo and Mcanthor in just a moment. We are going to go to a short break. Don't go anywhere. Fight Night Legends Seasonal Smackdown turns after this. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends Seasonal Smackdown presented by Wisdom. I'm Casanova, joined by TheBlevins, and we only have one match left, Blev. It is Cato versus Mcanthor in this grand finals, and excited, Blev, to get into this one. Mcanthor has had a great fight night so far.
Yeah, it definitely has. And interestingly enough, and this is a kind of a rare scenario for fight nights, as a lot of times, I mean, this is just, you know, statistically likely to happen. We see sort of the winners bracket happen. Someone makes it to the winners final or the grand finals from winner side. The person who loses drops down, and then a lot of times ends up playing again, you know, having a rematch of some sort in the grand finals. This is not the case, actually, in this one. Cato lost in round number 1 to Prodigy, and you know, therefore was playing through the losers bracket while Mcanthor was playing through the winners bracket. So they have not actually crossed paths yet in this event. So this is a fresh matchup that we're seeing here, and you know, Cato certainly I mean, had a really good performance against Mo in that last match, as well as you know, the rematch against Prodigy in the round before.
Yeah, able to take the 2-1 over Prodigy, where they lost 1-2 in round 1.
Yep.
That's the big step, right? Because Mo's lineup was one that they should be able to beat, and Cato was able to get there. But we are going to be talking about these lineups a little bit, Blevins. Let's go ahead and jump in with Mcanthor's lineup first and see what they've got. It starts with Darkness.
Yep. Darkness, I think definitely a, you know, tournament staple. Probably, I think, depending on how liberally you want to use the term tournament staple, I could consider it certainly in the mix for this
staple for sure.
Yeah, in the mix in the current meta right now. It's a very very strong deck. I think a lot of players have you know, looked at the matchup tables and find it complementary to a lot of decks. It's also, you know, it is doing a very powerful thing, and also has a little bit of a skill diff. I think you can see the skill ceiling of this deck be pretty high, which is very attractive to a lot of these top level players. We do have the next deck here for Mcanthor, which is the Scouts, which is actually in both lineups here. Maybe even, I'm double checking now, these might even be pretty close. They're not card for card, but we do see the one of Riposte in both of these lineups, which is a little interesting because I haven't seen that card in a while.
Yeah, maybe just liking it in the meta. I'm trying to think about like where exactly in the meta this Riposte is going to be helping you out. the most. I don't really have anything that's coming to mind immediately, but it is just a powerful card to put more barriers in. And when it's a +3 on the attack, it can be used aggressively, it can be used defensively, and just protecting your champions is so important with the scouts list. So just any other additional protection to be playing as a one of, I can definitely understand that thought process. The main thought for me is I just like to think about like why specifically riposte is the option that we've gone for, and I don't have it off the top of my head right now, but it is still, I don't have anything wrong with it either. I'm not upset.
I mean, darkness kind of makes sense because, you know, the darkness is doing damage based removal, and it, you know, if you have a 10 power darkness, riposte counters that pretty nicely. Though obviously it does other things, but that's the thing that comes to mind. But it seems pretty corner case, but either way, still pretty strong. And then of course that third deck from Mcanthor, I mean, kind of goes without saying at this point, but it's the Ari Kennen Go Hard.
Yeah, Ari Kennen Go Hard. Of course it's going to be that. And we do see the same list out of Aikedo as well. It is completely ran over the Absolver version. Jason Florent in shambles. I don't know why anyone would play Absolver over the Go Hard version right now. I just think it's so much better to play the Go Hard version. And our panel of competitors today agree, because every single Ari Kennen we see is Shadow Isles version. I'm really looking forward to the statistics from the top 32 of the seasonal to see like how many AK top cut, and out of those AK, how many were Go Hard, because I feel like it's going to be a high number.
It's going to be a pretty high number. I think in tournament, it makes you gain almost nothing from playing the other versions over the Go Hard version. It just gives you more options in general. It gives you more lines of play, which when you're a good player, especially in the open rounds, it gives you more opportunity, just gives you more physical actions to make better decisions than your opponent, and also to give your opponent like options to mess up. Like I remember specifically watching during the open rounds, you know, Majin makes a weird play. He was basically dead on board, makes a weird play. Opponent does a develop for seemingly no reason, and all of a sudden Majin's still in the game and ends up winning that round, and then ends up 2-0ing the round, where like on paper there was nothing that they were playing around, just Majin makes a weird play. I've seen it happen a ton of times in real life tournaments, like in real IRL card games, where like someone's intimidated, it's a pro player, it's like, oh well, there's no way that this player made this play for no reason. It's got to be something. I don't know what that something is, but it has to be something, so I'm going to try to play around this nebulous thing that doesn't exist. That's exactly the type of play that these top players make in those open rounds, and the Ari Kennen Go Hard version just gives you more of those opportunities.
Skarzik, don't say Majin Genjutsu, because then Blev's gonna make me explain what that means, and I don't want to.
I mean, you have to now, because I have no idea what that is.
I don't want to explain it to him.
I mean, I haven't brought up isekais a single time during the event.
It's the grand finals, Blev. I'll tell you about Genjutsu after, okay?
Well, I don't care. I don't actually care. I want the content.
It's just an anime thing specifically for Naruto, man. It's, you know, it's no worries. Don't worry about it. It's okay.
Is it like a power up? Is it like a...
It's mind games, essentially. It's like a power that messes with people's minds.
Oh, okay. So it's like Jedi mind trick. You could have just said that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah.
Chat, type a 1 if it's just Jedi mind trick. Type a 2 if Casa needs to explain this in more detail for me. Anyways, we'll get back to the match in the meantime. The concussive palm, always a good stopper for the Scouts deck. Not a full stop for sure, but it does, you know, put a little bit of a dent into the speed right now. Is this attack only going to be pushing 2? Only going to be pushing 2 damage.
Only pushing 2 damage. Mcanthor gonna need a lot more than that to take out the Ari Kennen, leaving it up.
No.
Getting rid of Scouts again from Aikedo.
Yeah, people really feel like they really want to play against this TF Nami deck, and I don't think we've seen it get close to losing on camera.
That's true, but it does look like AK is going to run into some trouble here. As you can see, You can see that reaction from Ikedo with picking up the third sign-in. In this situation, you don't even necessarily want a sign-in, so...
No, not quite
Going to have 3 of them is meaning Mcanthor has a lot of aggression early on, a lot of power with this misfortune, and not a good way to deal with it from Ikedo. Could go for the homecoming onto the tail of the dragon. It gives you a conch palm back for a stun, and will stop the level up from misfortune by casting that on the next turn, or just casting it here. And that's just, I mean, you have to, right? You don't have another play. It's going to lead into a sign-in into just whatever Mcanthor wants to develop. And yeah, you've got 15 HP as a buffer. You've got this this concussive palm to try and help you out on top of that. But I don't know. It's looking pretty dire.
Yeah. The thing is that stopping the misfortune level up prevents you from, you know, just dying, but only for a small amount of time. Like the misfortune level up is not a necessity here. And the buff to 4 mana on the rally effect. So that one never cost 3 mana, but if it was a you know, old school relentless pursuit, Ikedo would have been able to notify that rally.
Yeah, but okay, we can try and recall the cannon. That would give us the potential to play 2 Mark of Storms, because we could replay the cannon.
True.
I don't know if that. I don't know if that's doing a lot. I just, you know, it's technically you can do that.
Yeah, it wouldn't even be in time to stun the misfortune before attacking. Though I guess it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, this is looking a little bit doomed. Okay, that's not true. It's looking very doomed.
Just a little doomed here, you know.
Just a little very doomed.
Just a tad bit doomed, you know. A little doomed as a treat, you know. But gonna take back the cannon, can jam it and use it to remove the island navigator, or you can just make it rained and surrender. Yeah. I mean, the second a spell was cast, it's like, it's make it rain, I'm dead. Okay,
it's make
cool,
it rain.
sick,
All
sick.
right,
Love that. Love it.
We go
love
next.
It for me. Love it. Let's go next.
You know, I just realized this. My we're matching. My undershirt is matching here. Wow.
Yeah, we never wear green.
Neither of us ever wear green.
To be fair, I literally own 1 green thing and like 2 red things, and everything else is black. So,
I mean, I basically only I own 2 green things. This is my not nice green shirt, and it's the same.
Look at us.
There we go. We got
trying something new.
I mean,
matching green.
Yeah, matching green on Fight Night Legends. That's a new. It's new for us. I like it.
On Mondays we wear green, Blevins.
That is gonna work for 2 weeks before I start wearing the same shirt over and over again.
It would just be, I would just wear this shirt every time. Wouldn't be good. Wouldn't be pretty.
We should do a poll every week to see what color we should wear.
That would be very difficult and expensive for me because I only own black. So,
I mean, we can put whatever options we want.
On the pool are just black. Then we're good, right? Then we're okay, and we got there.
Or, you know, we have chat donate
outfits,
wardrobes. Yeah.
I mean, you know, I'm not opposed.
Or we get a sponsor and they send us a bunch of clothes and we wear them on camera. Just saying.
Hey. Yeah, true. Sponsor us and we'll wear your clothes. We've done it before.
I'm just saying, Buttercloth. I'm just saying.
Yeah, Buttercloth. Come on.
Ooh.
I like that one. I like that one.
I heard
that
Hot Topic, and
I like that one.
I am not wearing Hot Topic. I will cancel that. I will get us canceled before that.
I don't know if I feel seen or directly targeted by that, actually. That's the.
Do you feel seen, like seen kids like that?
Well, I mean, I always feel that. Yeah, you know, good one, Blev.
I wasn't sure if that term still was around.
You're trying
for
to figure
you
out if that was gonna land or not. You're trying to.
It's like, yeah, I wasn't sure. I don't know if that.
Actual good one, Blev. Actual good one. Yeah. Actual good one.
See, back in my day, they were called greasers, and Townies.
Okay. I hope. When was your day?
You see, back in
the 1920s, like
we bare knuckle boxed after school in the gazebo.
Yo, this is 3 stress testing in Kato's hand.
Yeah, and
what
not,
if he just what if he just jams TF with blue card and he just like binks a rummage, right?
I mean,
he didn't do it.
I want that. Why you're wasting all this draw on not a Twisted Fate, Kato? Come on. Skarsig liked my greasers comment.
No, I liked it. It was just like
I also now that I'm thinking about it, I have no idea how old Skarsig is. Skarsig may be the same age as me. Skarsig may be 100. Skarsig also may be like 18. I have no idea.
Skarsig is a timeless entity.
Skarsig is a mindset, a way of life. Okay, now Aikato's potentially going for the Twisted Fate. I wanted the Twisted Fate earlier to get all the value off of these draws. I guess maybe playing around 2 go hards, that makes sense.
Yeah, but we gem it now, and Homecoming is still an answer to this. You know that this is a pick a card turn, right? So this TF's gonna get a lot of draws. So Mcanthor could debatably go for that Homecoming, but of course that's really rough into the Nami win condition when that's one of your removal spells against like a really buffed up elusive. So you have to kind of like figure out what battles you're picking, right? Are you playing against this TF? Are you playing against the elusives that are coming out later?
Okay. At least for now, picking the Twisted Fate as the champion to go against here. All right, draws another pick a card. So, Aikato gonna be able to at least threaten. Actually, I don't know if this pick a card would level it next turn.
I don't think it levels it just like guaranteed, but it does put you in that position to level it, right? So okay, so it's draw 3. I mean, it's basically gonna level you. Like
right.
if you miss, like you don't find something that levels you off of that, that's pretty unlucky. I think that's kind of low roll. So yeah, essentially gonna get you there. But that does mean that this Homecoming becomes a much more attractive use from Mcanthor to stop the Twisted Fate in his tracks.
I don't even hate using the Homecoming right now.
Yeah, I mean, just save the droplet, draw a card, get rid of the TF because he's like on his track to leveling. Yeah,
there it is.
Yep.
I mean, you get blown out by like nothing because there's not 4 Mystic shots in the deck.
Yeah, really nice for Aikato though. At least silver lining here is this is a Twisted Fate's pick a card, so you can play the fleeting Twisted Fate and then just keep the other Twisted Fate in your hand as an additional pick a card. But the Nami, it does seem like is more important for Aikato. Lost the Nami earlier, very close to the level. Oh, you have a stress testing. You could just keep the TF. That's interesting. That is an interesting thought. It does prevent your Nami level.
Does it?
Oh, no, it doesn't. Never mind. No. Stress testing is a spell button, therefore it uses spell mana. We got there.
All right, we've got leveled up Nami, and Twisted Fate not close to leveling up, but is still there. I mean, even just like opening with like, could use. Honestly, I could see an argument for all 3 cards here. Red card would threaten the droplet. Yellow would set up Ari to be killed by a future red card, and then blue card obviously just the most value.
Yeah. I mean, blue plus pick a card here. I mean, that puts us at 4 with a rummage and a time trick on the next turn. Once again, putting us pretty close to this Twisted Fate level.
I think, okay, yeah, I was going to say, I think if you're attacking with Twisted Fate, you just need, you're getting more equity from pre-committing a spell because your opponent's not going to be like, oh, I can kill the Twisted Fate here. Let me block with an Ari here to try to kill it, and then you get blown out by any spell. It's just not gonna happen. So I do like just pre-committing, potentially getting more damage. The block happens anyway, but like I think that's almost always gonna turn out that way anyhow. But here's sign in, pumping up almost an entire board.
Double flash.
And pack your bags is up. Oh boy.
Oh, and there's 5 mana.
There sure is. Now, Kato actually might be able to pump the board up enough to not die to...
Yeah, double flash iterative. Yeah, 3 iteratives actually. So it's 5 spellcasts.
Yes, that's gonna be... I think actually everything will probably survive. Now, we'll survive the pack your bags. Now, I don't know if everything survives, or if Kato survives the attack afterwards. Oh, sunk cost! He got it again!
Sunk cost?
And, wow.
As a caster blessing or curse, however you see it from Skarzig in the chat there.
Yeah.
The sunk cost.
Wow.
Called that one out.
Skarzig just pulling it out of the ether. Of course, Kato sending it immediately to the Shadow Realm.
Yeah, steal the sign in.
Yep.
Everybody's buffed out of dying to the pack.
Yes, that is true. But there's also still a full board on the side of Mcanthor. Attacks coming in. It's just gonna be chump blocks. And Kato look maybe firing off a pick a card here.
Yeah, so I'm curious. If you just sacrifice your Nami and your Shelly to not die here, you can I think you can just guarantee level this TF by pick a carding into sign in on first action.
Okay. And then you've got a fighting chance at least.
Does that win you the game, I guess, is really the question, right? And maybe, I mean, it is very powerful to have.
It seems like it is the best way to potentially do that. Oh, and you can actually even
keep Nami, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, you're very far away from dying to like the second pack your bags, right? Like you have to go all the way through again. This does feel like the best option here.
Yeah, I mean, the TF level has to be the play, right? It has to be go for TF level.
Is there a difference between 5 and 2 here?
I mean, yeah, 3 HP.
Ha!
I mean, yeah, that's it, right? Like, that's all.
Technically true.
That's all it is.
Right, not going to keep the Nami. The Nami I don't think is as relevant here. Still good, but I mean, a 10-2 Twisted Fate is still going to be attacking pretty much exactly the same as any other sized Twisted Fate. Though with Burbles, it does make you kind of wish you had the Nami.
I mean, there's just like so many chump blocks though from the RE cannon to deal with your elusives. It feels like the more like inevitable win con is just going to be the board being cleared out by TF and stopping the attacks from coming in.
Well, you still have
but I guess
that.
you're saying keeping it alive. I mean, I guess you know, Max brings up a good point. There's like the cannon spell, right? Is like the only way that there's a difference on the 2 health versus the 5.
Nope, that is absolutely a relevant differentiator. So I don't hate it. I mean, I think it's a calculated risk. I mean, this is a little more conservative, obviously. But no, I think that's certainly correct. You do have some, you do have at least some sort of, you have some answers to that potentially, or at least soft answers to that. But no, I think I like playing around the cannon spell at the cost of the Nami here, especially since you're drawing so many cards. You might just draw another Nami.
Yeah, I mean, you only have one left because you lost one earlier, so it's a little bit rough.
That's
true.
Odds
are like you are just
Nami or
Shelly
also
through your deck.
Yeah, Shelly works too.
So I guess let's like take stock. How does Mcanthor get these last 5 points of damage through? Because they've got the Ari on board, but they're going to be dealing with a red card and the gold card every single turn, alongside whatever else Kato can put on the board, which is a lot of chumps. So I mean, how are you finding this 5?
I'm not sold that you are. And Mcanthor is still at 20, so not necessarily at a position where they need to. Oh, I was gonna say where they need to block, but Mcanthor's gonna do that. Mcanthor's gonna do that for them.
I mean, I guess it's just like, can you get to another pack your bags?
I don't think you can in time.
Right. That's the big if, right? Can you get to another pack before Aiketo kills you?
If you can get wide enough and use your deny on one key red card, I don't know if you can thread that needle. I don't know if you're going to have enough time to, but that feels like you set up a wide board. It might just have to be literally right now. But even then, it's still going to be tough. All right, Wayfinder. That's a leveled cannon.
Hey, that's pulling 1-drops out of the deck, right? So if he plays another go hard, he's thinned the deck even further to try and find this pack. I mean, I in my mind, that is your win con, right? It's this pack your bags. I don't know if we're ever finding the win in this go wide direction, especially with the fact that Aiketo was playing these Poro cannons. He's got more Poros. He's got more of these blockers. Looks like he's not too worried about the elusives yet because of the fact that he can red card. There is deny as a potential answer to a red card to try and cheat through some extra damage.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm gonna block out here. Throw a red card.
Shock blast. Extra burn.
Pretty decent.
Yeah, the way as far as Flash of Brilliance cards go, Shock blast not a bad one.
A castable card that reasonably you want to cast.
Yeah. So I will say, Mcanthor looking for this pack your bags condition does feel pretty feasible. There's a sign in hand alongside this go hard. I think this go hard puts him at 2 of 3 on the second cycle.
Is it?
I think so. I think one has been played. Okay. I think one was played, but I could be off on that. I wasn't actually thinking we were ever getting to a second cycle of it.
Right.
So I was not super hyper focused on it. Chat maybe you can get me on that one, but I think it was just one other cast.
Hovered it for like.
I think I saw one.
Oh, 1 of 3. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So I actually think pretty reasonable, right? We, unfortunately, I don't think we cast it here. We probably cast sign in here. Maybe not.
Yeah, it does kind of suck if you have to play sign in before the go hard.
Yeah. Certainly worse. But you kind of... yeah, kind of have to. The draws are Homecoming and another go hard. Okay.
Yeah.
We need one more.
You're still one off. And you don't have the way to dig for it anymore with the sign in being... Oh, got a little seedling.
And the last... But now we don't have... I don't think we're dying on this attack. Ooh, I may have spoke too soon. There's a lot of stuff going on here.
Yeah, I mean, there's a Homecoming, though, so that might just be able to defend you as well.
Right?
Nothing coming down, pretty scary. And remember, there's a lot of burn for Aiketo as well.
Right. Mcanthor still being at 20 is... I mean, it's as good as it could be.
Yeah, it's very relevant.
All right. Another pack? Or do we just go for the 3-mana sign-in now? I mean, we could theoretically play 2 sign-ins here. 3 mana sign in, and then another.
Yeah, and then I mean that. Here comes the stun.
Oh, okay. Wants to have that stun come out first, then God Will.
Yeah,
See,
this is really good for Mcanthor. This is really good. This is really well done.
Another sign in and another homecoming.
I mean, it feels like you're probably playing this go hard and a homecoming as like.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you actually nope something here. I don't know. It's. Is noping an ignition and a homecoming is that ever?
I don't hate. I mean, it's stopping the 1 damage to your face and a +2/+1 trigger. It's not nothing. Attacks come through. We block.
Blocking 2.
Block.
TF has to get
pull.
homecoming.
Yep. We go block, block, bounce. We take 14 as it stands right now. And we have, how much burn does Aikido have in hand? Can cast another 1 with the ignition. Putting it down to 18. It's going to be super close.
I mean, if Mcanthor doesn't draw hack, he might just be dead. Well, I guess he's got to deny, so he's not going to die to the shock blast.
Why are we not bouncing Twisted Fate? Oh, is this just... Is this gonna be lethal?
Jettison
to do 2 more. And then, okay, no, we're still
Mystic
off by
Shot.
1.
That can get noped, though.
Mystic Shot can get noped.
Jeez, this is so close.
Ignition.
Put it down to 1. You're gonna get the ignition.
You're gonna get ignition.
You have to hit the pack right now. Cast it first action.
Yep.
Nopify the Mystic Shot.
All right. Off the top.
I mean, there's so many in the deck.
Oh, he found
it's
it!
The pack. He found it.
Is it enough, though? You also have Nope and Deny.
Oh, the red card. There's Deny, Nope, and Deny?
Oh, the red...
Nope and Deny. Yeah, top decking, I think still it gets you there. Because you can Nope the Mystic and you can deny the red card.
This is a lot easier if Mcanthor bounces the Twisted Fate instead of a random other unit. And then the Nopify! Oh, Mcanthor is gonna get this!
Mcanthor. Yeah, Kato, I know, right? Yeah, he's laughing because he knows it was the craziest game.
Oh, that was
look
insane.
at that. What a stack to close it out, too.
Wow. Wow. Mcanthor taking it down in what did not at all feel like a 2-0, but ends up being a 2-0 in the grand finals versus Aikido. Seasonal Smackdown number 5. Wow.
What a wild finish between these two. Aikido gets spirits at the end too, laughing it off as it goes down. Aikido will be here back for the next fight night as well with that top 2 finish. Mcanthor, though, picking up their first fight night victory. Congratulations to them. What an awesome performance. And it was a lot of fun to watch them play today. Really, really well done.
Yeah, it felt like that was a amazing game, that last game there. I mean, just like understanding the win condition there of, hey, I need to go for pack here, so let's start casting sign-ins. And it was just almost not enough. Drew, obviously drew the pack off the top, which was not unlikely. I mean, there was maximum number of packs in there in the deck. So, play to your out to get there and then have exactly enough mana to cast the, requisite 2 counter spells for the win there. Absolutely insane.
Incredibly crazy night, incredibly close in that final, even though it was a 2-0.
Yeah.
Kato barely falling here to Mcanthor in that final game, and who knows how it would have gone if that had been the victory. But we're going to be chilling around waiting to see if we can pick up Mcanthor to come chat with us a little bit about their victory. But Blev, I mean, seasonal coming up soon.
Yeah.
Our two seasonal competitors dropped out relatively early. 4LW beat What Am I at the start of the losers bracket, so What Am I went out 7th, 8th. 4LW fell to Prodigy immediately after.
Yeah.
They're just they're banking all their RNG, banking their card draws for this upcoming weekend to see how they can do.
I'm going to be honest, I was a little surprised when they agreed to play the seasonal Smackdown, just because I think that this is uncharted ground, because generally we don't run, or we haven't in the past run fight nights during the seasonals, just because it's like the day before usually. But now that we're on Monday, we've got at least a little bit of a buffer. I think you come in, maybe practice a lineup, practice some soft matchups, play something completely different, or just play something for fun and get your sort of mind in a competitive setting, but not necessarily on the decks that you're going to be testing this whole time. But either way, Mcanthor doing well, and save a little bit of that luck for the top 32 for 4LW and What Am I.
All right, but we do have Mcanthor on the line. We're grabbing him for just an audio interview here to talk to him a little bit about that victory. Mcanthor, can you hear us? We got you?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. We're doing good.
Congratulations on the victory, picking it up. I mean, I think this is your first Fight Night win, right? I mean, how does it feel to join the Fight Night Champions Club?
Man, it feels great. Definitely was running very hot today, like from the draws. Maybe not the best lineup, but luckily able to pull it out at the end there.
Yeah, I mean, running hot is good, but also setting yourself up to run hot and draw hot works as well. I mean, we saw in that last game against Kato, like you sort of found the second pack your bags line for the win there. At what point in that game did you realize, okay, I need to get the second pack to actually be able to win this? Or was that just sort of your game plan going into that matchup?
I was trying to race originally, but once I saw the TF was flipping, we know we were in trouble. Luckily, they were at 5, so I was like, all right, there's a small chance that we can pull it out here. But it was looking rough.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a tough one for sure, but you ended up finding it, getting that pack at the end. Really well done with the sign-in line to God Willow it to get rid of the stun, get another blocker in there, turn it around, make sure you can get all that card draw. But I actually wanted to talk about another one of your decks as well, because we see a lot of darkness, a lot of Ari Kennen with Go Hard consistently in lineups. But I was curious about your third deck. Like, what was your thought process behind bringing Scouts to the tournament alongside these two other decks?
Yeah, I like Scouts available to keep up the Ari matchup. You don't have to ban it. Although, now I'm learning that maybe Darkness should be banning it anyway. But yeah, I like Scouts, gets you insurance. Sometimes it lets you play the Ari matchup. You can play into other control. Consistent when you draw MF. You know how it is.
Yeah. Way she goes.
All right.
I don't like the rest of the lineup. It's actually... Well, it's a different lineup than I brought to the open round, but I'm glad it worked out better today.
How'd you do in the open rounds? How was it? How'd it go?
We didn't quite make it this time, but that was on me. I had Lee, I had Fizz Lulu, and I had Ari Kennen, but I didn't play the Lee very well in quite a few of the rounds, so didn't quite pull it out this time.
Gotcha.
Well, we always like to ask, is there any call-outs or shout-outs that you have that people maybe want to see on a future fight night, or any shout-outs you have for teammates or anyone?
My main man AJ was helping me out a lot during the lineup for preparation there. Someone I've seen on fight nights as well. Of course, another good buddy of mine back from an older card game duelist, that'd be Mr. 4LW. Probably doesn't need a shout out, but hopefully he'll crush it on the weekend coming. I'm rooting for him. You know how it is.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And of course, lastly, shout out to big man himself, Mr. Croc AI. That's how it is right there.
Let's go.
The
Croc
GOAT.
shout out. We love it. We love a Croc shout out. All right, Mcanthor. for sure. I mean, for LW, you know, we'll see him around here. He'll be back. But thank you so much for the interview. Thanks so much for playing, and congratulations again on your victory here at Fight Night.
Yeah, thanks again, guys. Take it easy there.
Yeah, you too.
You too.
Alrighty then, Blev. That's Fight Night. That's the day. That's the night. That's the tournament. That's Smackdown. Mcanthor takes the victory. Blev, any final thoughts?
Yeah, a couple final thoughts. If you are still, well, actually, we got rated by GiantSlayer LoR, and there were 39 of you still over there. The 39 of you that were over there, make sure that you come here from now on, because GiantSlayer LoR will not be around, at least as the main channel, for very long. So make sure you're here. GiantSlayerTV. Follow this channel. This is where the broadcast is natively going to be. This is where we're interacting with chat. I know some, a lot of people like it, and if not, at least I like it, so I'm not going to stop whether you like it or not, let's be honest. But if you want to be part of the conversation on Fight Night, I think that's part of what makes Fight Night Legends unique, is that we, I know Cass and I have the chat open, and we love to interact it a lot. So make sure you're over here, GiantSlayerTV, follow the channel, make sure you're here. But yeah, that's all I got for now, Casa.
Yeah, it's the only cast I do where I get to interact with chat, so it's a lot of fun to kind of have that little difference there. Every other time I never get to talk to y'all, so it's a good time. But of course, just for even more clarity on that, GiantSlayer LoR will be used for like runoff events. If there's a lot of other things going on in the GiantSlayer ecosystem, there will just be if everything's booked at once, then there will be Legends of Runeterra content there. But your day-to-day, your week-to-week, like Fight Nights, everything that is expected to be, it's going to be here. So make sure you're checking out GiantSlayerTV. But with that said, congratulations to Mcanthor for getting first. Congratulations to Ikato for getting second. And good luck to What Am I and for LW in the upcoming weekend for the seasonal. But for me, for Blev, and for the rest of the crew here at Fight Night Legends, thank you all so much for watching. We'll see you next time.